Good evening and welcome. Tonight is Monday, January 29th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order, and I ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. England, would you please call roll?
Shack. Here. Wilburn.
Here.
Calvert.
Here.
Rameli. Here. Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item is approval of the agenda. It appears we have an addendum. Mr. Funk.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have two items for your consideration this evening. The first is item 6B, which is under special matters. It is being recommended that this item be tabled until the next City Council meeting, which would be February 12th, 2024. And then the second item for your consideration is item 14A, related to Walser Kia at 15700 and 15724 Wayzata Boulevard. There are a number of correspondence pieces that came in after the distribution of the packet, and those are included for your consideration. I just want to mention item 6B. That is not listed on the addenda in front of you, but in verbalizing that for your consideration. So those are the two addenda items for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councilor Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval as amended.
And a second, Councilmember Wilburn?
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Wilburn. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of the minutes, and we have one set, the January 8th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Are there any comments or a motion? Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the January 8th, 2024 regular meeting minutes.
And is there a second? Councilor Shack.
Thank you. I'll second.
Thank you. We've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton. Yes. Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is special matters, and we have one, and item 6A is a presentation from Emily Wallace Jackson regarding the Hopkins Education Foundation. So welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here. I'm Emily Wallace Jackson. I'm the relatively new executive director of the Hopkins Education Foundation. I started this summer. And it's a nonprofit that supports the Hopkins School District, and so I'm glad to be here with all of you, and congratulations to the new City Council members. So it's an honor to be here. As you probably know, more than half of the city of Minnetonka is in the Hopkins School District, and you're lucky to have more than one school in your district. So just wanted to give you some background information about what the foundation does. And as community leaders, just hope that we can partner and work together, and always welcome your ideas about how to support the Hopkins schools. All right. So our mission is to really kickstart learning opportunities for our students. We do that by raising money from our whole community, so that's people within the school district, parents, teachers, administrators, but also just people who live in the community, and I really look to all of you as leaders to help support our students. We have raised over $3.6 million since 1995 for the school district. That's thanks to the generosity of many of you, and also business leaders, corporations, alumni, and a broad range of people. So these are the amounts that we have granted over that time to each of the schools in the district. So when we collect the money, we then figure out how we're going to use this to really support our students in creative ways with creative and innovative ideas. We have grants that our teachers and staff apply to the foundation for, and we have a grants committee that then decides what to fund. So that's one big way that we fund educational projects in the schools. The other is every year at our Royal Bash Gala event that I'll tell you more about in a minute, it's going to be March 2nd, we collaborate with the superintendent and district leaders to figure out what's a big project, a big K through 12 project that we can fund that'll really make an impact. So that happens once a year. Last year, we awarded $175,000 in grants to teachers, and the thing I really love about this is it's a really direct way to make an impact. So a teacher has a creative idea, they know really well how to engage their students, and they don't have to go through a lot of bureaucracy, they just get a grant and they get to implement their idea. It covers a wide range of things from mental health and arts and STEM and core curriculum, so our grants really cover the gamut. I'm just going to spotlight a couple of interesting ones that we've just funded. This fall, we had an American Sign Language partnership that a teacher applied for money to bring her seniors, so her most advanced sign language students, to Paisley Park to do, they're going to have a tour in March, and they're going to interpret for deaf students who go to a deaf school for deaf kids in the Twin Cities. And so that'll be an exciting one. I'm going to get to go. I love Prince, and so it's going to be a fun one. We've funded a number of coding robots that are really popular with students to learn the basics of computer science and coding from all ages. So this Kibo robot was one we recently funded. And then this Community Reads Little Free Libraries that some Glen Lake teachers proposed. They have a really creative idea. They're going to build 12 free libraries. They're identifying some property owners around the Glen Lake neighborhood that will host these free libraries. The students were concerned because many of the libraries don't have kids' books in them. A lot of them have adults. So they're going to be supplying these new libraries with kids' books, and then they're also going to write their own short stories, record their voice, so they will be anonymous, their privacy will be protected, but there'll be a QR code on the library, and so people can come by and listen to the kids' stories. So I just loved it. It was really creative, lots of ideas. So look for those around Glen Lake, I think this spring. So I invite you to always participate in our key annual events. We have the Rock and Royal every fall. It's an outdoor block party. We usually have about 350, 400 people. Though it was raining hard this fall, so it was a smaller attendance. We have the Royal Family Fun Day, which is a free family-oriented event. It's going to be May 18th. And then the Royal Bash, which I'm here to invite all of you to, is in about a month. It's Saturday, March 2nd, Metropolitan Ballroom in the Golden Valley. Usually have about 350 people that come. It's almost sold out. I think we have 50 tickets left. So please come, support your schools. It's really a celebration of the Hopkins schools. And this year, the special project we're funding is a large K-12 computer science, coding, and AI project to prepare our kids for the future, to have the tools to succeed in a really technologically immersed society, and to learn how to handle it all in an ethical way. So that's what that project's about. I invite you to always give us a call, volunteer. We have 7 board openings starting July 1. We have a board of 24 people, and hope you'll support the foundation. So thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for the work that you do.
Thank you.
So we do not have item 6B, correct, Mr. Funk? So we will move on to reports from city manager and council members. And Mr. Funk, you get to go first.
Yeah, thank you again. Good evening, Mayor and Council. A few things for you this evening. First, the staff and our city, as you know, has been working on our climate action and adaptation plan. A draft of that is available for the public, and that's online and available on MinnetonkaMatters.com. And there's a lot more public engagement coming up on that, and we do have an upcoming study session where we'll talk about the CAP, CAAP for short, acronym. So again, making sure that everyone's aware that that draft is in format and ready for more public comment. Weather, I know we've all been enjoying, I think, a little bit of the warm weather, kind of a break from our reprieve, but that has had an impact on our outdoor skating rinks. With the warm weather means our outdoor skating season is short and cut short this year. We've really been unable to maintain our rinks just due to the warm weather. Everything's been over freezing lately, as you know. So we're planning to keep things as open and functional as long as possible, but we are planning to end the season on January 28th. And then Family Fun Day. For those that attended, we appreciate residents and families coming to our Fun Day here at the Fire Department. A big thanks to our Fire Department and our staff for hosting that event. We had over 900 participants that showed up and had free chili and interacted, engaged with our Fire Department, and certainly a super event, and appreciate our staff taking the time to put that event together. Another event worth noting is then on February 15th is a way to celebrate Black History Month with the Sound of Blackness, or Sounds of Blackness, and really appreciate Jace Alexander, our senior DEI coordinator, to really coordinate this event with the Grammy award-winning group Sounds of Blackness. They will be performing at the Minnetonka Community Center at 6:30. There are tickets available on February 1st at 10 o'clock a.m. and those are going to be available on our website. There'll be 2 tickets per order. So I know it's going to be in the community center. I'm sure there's going to be lots of folks interested in going, and there's going to be limited seating, so encourage everyone to go to our website to get those tickets. And then also want to mention, as another community event, we do have with the Recreation Department coming up on Kids Fest, so another family day with Kids Fest. That's on Sunday, February 4th from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. It'll be located in the Minnetonka Community Center. Our staff coordinates lots of fun exercises and activities for kids and adults, and again, invite everyone that wants to participate to come. It is free and available to the public. And so with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Are there other reports from council members? Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to kind of reiterate what City Manager Mike stated about the event that's happening on February 15th with the Sounds of Blackness coming. This is really exciting news. I don't know if Minnetonka have ever had anything like this in the past, but it's really exciting for me to be a Black woman to see a group of Black, I guess, people who sing songs and celebrate with us, and we'll be celebrating here, as well as on that day there is going to be a Black food vendor who is a new business owner who's going to be selling food, and it's going to be soul food. And so I just encourage everyone to come out and support this event so we can continue to have events like this, and not just celebrating Black History Month, but also celebrating other ethnic groups. I hope as we continue to do the DEI work, we start to look at these type of celebrations. I know that other cities have these kind of celebrations throughout their cities, throughout different months. And so I would just encourage people to come out to show that there is a need to celebrate different ethnicities in our community and to make sure that it's well supported. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Other reports or comments? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly, I really do want to encourage people to support the Royal Bash at Hopkins schools. It really does benefit students and teachers and strengthens our schools. So please go to the website and get your tickets, and hopefully I'll see you there. And I also just wanted to mention that we said goodbye to our wonderful police chief, John Vance, a few days ago, and we were so very lucky to have him. He was just tremendously innovative and really always focused on really important things like emergency medical response times in general, professionalizing our fire service, and I would just felt very lucky to know him, and very sad for us, but very happy for him in his retirement. And finally, I I just wanted to mention that January 27th was Holocaust Remembrance Day, and that commemorates the freeing, the liberation of Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen, actually. And it was designated by the UN to just sort of find a day to commemorate that. And with everything that's going on in the world and the suffering that so many people have, I just encourage you next year to pay attention to Holocaust Remembrance Day. In my day job, we we sponsored a performance by 6 Points Theater, which used to be the Minnesota Jewish Theater Company, of a show called Survivors, about 10 Holocaust survivors. And I have family that didn't make it. I have family that did make it out of World War II. So I just wanted to say that it's an important day, and I hope next year you'll take a moment to just remember.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Are there any other comments from council members? I'll make a couple of quick ones. I too wanted to thank Fire Chief John Vance and remember his retirement. He served our city well, and he will be missed, but he left his fire department, our fire department, in a great position. And so while we hate to lose a leader like him, he did a great job of putting our fire department in a great position to continue to succeed without him. So I want to thank him for that. We also had attended a couple of legislative breakfasts, one here in Minnetonka, where the council and staff met with our elected officials, our state reps and our state senators. And that's always a valuable time before the session gets started to talk about issues and concerns that the city has that we want to have presented to the legislature. And then we also attended a similar breakfast, which was a larger regional breakfast put on by the Municipal Legislative Commission. And that was an interesting and worthwhile event too. So that's all I've got, and I'll look around and see if I missed anyone. Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay, great. So the next item is item 8, citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is an open mic opportunity for anybody in the audience to bring forward an item that is not on our agenda. Items on the agenda, there may be opportunity for comment during those items, but if there's an item not on the agenda, come forward, state your name and address. Let us know what's on your mind. We will not take any action tonight, but you will inform us, and then we will follow up with staff or turn to them for follow-up. So is there anyone who would like to comment on anything in the city that is not on our agenda tonight? Is there anyone? If there is, please come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you'd like to chat about.
My name is Craig Nelson, 12824 Burwell Drive. I just want to give a note of thanks to the city for putting in a arc light by Station Pizza. The parking lot that's there right across Bridge Street is incredibly dark, and I was always really worried that somebody's going to come around the corner and hit somebody walking from Station Pizza over to their car parked by Burwell, the little pavilion thing there. And, I submitted that suggestion a while ago, maybe 2 years ago. It took a little while to get that in there, but it got done. And I just thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Is there anyone else? All right, seeing no one, we will move on. Next item is bids and purchases. We have none of those tonight. So the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is items that are typically routine. So rather than take action on each of them individually, I will read them into the record. Then if, as that's being done, anyone either on the council or in the audience would like to have one of those items pulled for further consideration, we will vote on the items that do not get pulled, take care of those, and then the item or items that have been pulled, we will review those individually and vote on them individually. So, with that, consent agenda item 10A is a resolution for the Wayzata Boulevard Improvements Project. Item 10B is the 2024 General Liability Insurance and Workers' Compensation Renewals. Item 10C is the preliminary plat of Oberg Estates, a two-lot subdivision at 2203 Oakland Road. Item 10D is a resolution appointing election judges and absentee ballot board for the March 5th presidential nomination primary. And item 10E is the 2024 study session work plan. So would anyone like to pull any of these items? If not, or Councilor Calvert?
Thank you. I have a question on 10B.
Okay, very good. We'll vote. Is there a motion on the remaining items? Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of 10A, 10C, 10D, and 10E.
And a second, Councilor Calvert.
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. And then to you, Councilmember Calvert, for your question.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief if I can. So basically, our liability rating changed, and there are several things that can contribute to that change. And I just thought, for the benefit of our new members and perhaps the listening audience, that it might be helpful, and to me as well, what kinds of issues might affect our rates and our premium rates and our liability ratings, so that we can try to avoid them in the future.
Mr. Funk?
Thank you, Mayor, Council Member. Would like to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Miranda Dahman. Ms. Dahman, as her role with the city, does work with all of our directors on our annual renewal process, works on all of our insurance claims, and really is our lead staff member when it comes to all the insurance and the insurance package that was just referenced, Councilmember Calvert. So if I could, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Dahman for an explanation. Thank you.
Ms. Dahman.
Councilmember Calvert and the Mayor and Council. Happy to answer the question. I anticipated it, so I did have a slide ready for you, because we did see quite the jump this year. A couple of things. So it's broken up into two pieces. So in front of you tonight, you have the general liability insurance. You also have the workers' compensation renewal. We do have the League of Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust as our provider. So breaking down exactly where these increases come from. So we have the property premium. It's up due to 5% rate increases across the board, applied annual inflation factors. Multiple locations had manually increased property limits by member and agent. We do try and assess all of our locations or buildings, and we do change those as we need to. And then we added new locations since last renewal. We added the Marsh, which is quite a large building, and we have to insure that entire building. We also added Ridgedale Commons, and making sure what we can have out there insured, we do. We are getting an appraisal done on Ridgedale Commons, so we're going to have really concrete numbers here in the next month, but we do have a blanket coverage on that in case something would happen in the interim. So that is our increase for the property premiums. We have mobile property is up, which is directly tied back to our property premiums. Those are linked together. Our municipal liability is up due to the 5% rate increase. Our municipal liability mod factor is up 8.87%. And then we have increase of liability exposures as well. Auto premium, again, I mention it's 5% increases across the board with the LMCIT, and we knew that going into the renewal. We also have changes in vehicles. We are getting more, we have a few electric vehicles. We have different changes in vehicles that require different insurance requirements. And so because of that, our auto premium does increase. Our equipment breakdown premium is up due to property total insurable value has increased there as well. So all of those factors lead to an increase in our overall general liability insurance. We do take hard looks at trying to reduce our increases. We looked at even leaving the LMCIT this year because it was there could have been some cost savings, but you have to outweigh the risks, right? And it was better for the city, we felt, to continue with the LMCIT. That's my recommendation tonight in the report, is to remain with the LMCIT. They do really great work for us and have really good partnerships. Our workers' compensation increase is due to our annual changes in our class code rates. We've added some staff. We're adding more staff in 2024. That does increase our full-time employee count, which increases our workers' comp insurance, and our mod factor from 0.67 to 0.69. I will mention anything under 1% is amazing. So to be sitting at 0.69 for our workers' comp is almost unheard of in the metro area. So we're doing a really good job there as well. So because of all of these reasons, it is up a little bit, but it is within our 2024 budget. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn back to you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dahman. Any other questions from Ms. Dahman on this? Just a comment, if I may. I know my insurance at home has gone up a lot. I mean, there is a trend toward increased insurance rates, and I will just say that I really appreciated Ms. Dahman's last point about the mod factor for workers' comp, because workers' compensation is a big cost to cities, and to be below 1, which is the average, that's excellent performance. So even though we're up, we are still well below the norm in the state, and I think that's great. So Ms. Calvert, or Councilmember Calvert, if you'd like to make a motion, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to approve item 10B.
Is there a second? Councilmember Shack? Sorry.
I'll
Councilmember
second.
Rameli, there we go. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. Englund, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is the consent agenda items requiring 5 votes. It's very similar. I will read these into the record, and if anyone wants to pull them, we will pull them. We'll vote on the remaining items and then go back to the items that have been pulled. So item 11A is an Urban Area Security Initiative grant agreement. Item 11B is a conditional use permit with a variance for an educational use within an existing religious institution at 12007 Excelsior Boulevard. Item 11C is a grant agreement for the 2023 Real Leaf Community Forestry Grant. Item 11D is a grant agreement for low salt design cost share grant. And 11E is a grant agreement for the Purgatory Park Stream Bank Restoration Project. So, Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't need to pull anything, but I just wanted to make a comment about collectively how great all these grants are and the work that staff's put into procuring the grants, which are direct savings to our taxpayers, and they're doing really good things for the community. Particularly wanted to comment on the Relief Community Forestry Grant. We've seen, those of us who have been around for a while, the pressure that emerald ash borer has put on the tree canopy, but also on individual residents when they have trees that need to be removed. I've had people reach out to me to see what options there are, and we're going to stand up a program that's really going to help folks make these tough, expensive problems go away, and also to replant. So I really am grateful to staff for, I mean, these grants come, but it comes with work too, to get them, and to also then spend the money in a productive way. So that's not lost on us, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Are there any other comments anyone would like to make? All right. Very good. So we didn't have anything pulled, but we did have a few comments. So would somebody like to move the consent agenda? Councilor Rameli.
I'll move to accept the consent agenda.
And Sorry, Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Romailly and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. I have to get used to saying these new names, so this is good. I haven't messed it up yet, I don't think. Ms. Englund, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romailly.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 12 is introduction of ordinances, and we have one item, 12A, is an ordinance amending sign regulations, which is ordinance 325.061B. Mr. Gordon.
Actually, Ms. Wishnock, I took some pressure off Mr. Gordon tonight.
Oh, well,
so
thank you.
I'll help
Sorry about
with the
that.
sign
I
ordinance.
thought you were pointing at him, you were raising
No,
your
I was,
hand.
I
Okay.
was raising my hand.
All right,
Thank
very
you, Mayor
good.
and council members. This is an introduction of ordinances for the sign ordinance. Just a little background for those who weren't here in 2022. We did have a study session that we discussed as the city council and staff, non-commercial signage that's allowed in residential districts. For help on that term, non-commercial signage, that really is about signs that convey messages that are political, religious, social, ideological, public service, or informational topics. And so we're talking probably tonight more in the context of political, but I want you to be aware that this involves more than political signs. That's kind of where the genesis of the discussion derived from in terms of the ranked choice voting and the number of candidates that you could have in local elections. So that's really where this conversation started. Also a reminder, there is a state statute, and we have the language from that state statute that talks about non-commercial signage of any size may be posted during a state general election. And there's some dates in here when it has to be removed, etc., and how far in advance it can be placed. And then you can see the bottom part of that sentence says that municipal ordinances may regulate the size and number of non-commercial signs at other times. So you kind of have the state law, and then you can regulate local elections under your own ordinance. Our current ordinance allows for a maximum of 3 signs per property. They can't be more than 6 square feet, and you can't have more than 18 square feet per property. During our analysis in October of 22, we looked at about 10 other communities. Some of the background was in your report. I won't talk about what all those other cities had in terms of regulations, but if you're interested, there's a chart that goes along with that information. There really wasn't consensus at the time when the council met about it. Staff, we told you we would come back. It's a while, and here we are back. And so we have 2 options for your consideration. The first consideration is really to do what the state law allows, which is you don't maximize the number of signs or the area. We did put a maximum height, however. Some of the feedback we get, at least on the aesthetic side, has to do with height and the size of signs, so we thought we'd put a maximum height in that first option. The second option allows for a maximum of 6 signs per property, and again that would be 6 square feet per sign, making the total aggregate square footage for a property 36 square feet. And then we would have a max height of 3. Again, those typical yard signs that you see are of that size. So those are the 2 options. For tonight's introduction, really you need to provide any questions or information that you would like the Planning Commission to consider. They would talk about the new sign proposal at their February 22nd meeting, hold a public hearing at that time, and then it would come back to you for a final vote. The introduction of the ordinance requires 4 votes. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnack. Council, questions for staff? Council member.
So I have a question about non-commercial signs that aren't with a political campaign. What's the rule on, I don't know, if I want to put out a I feel happy sign in my yard? What are the rules on that?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn. That's kind of the point of the second bullet here. It doesn't matter what you're saying on the sign. We don't regulate the content of signage. And so I feel happy sign that you described would be conveying a message. Maybe that would be considered an informational topic. And you could have that on your property. In addition, you could have some political signs under the current ordinance, up to 3.
Is there any time limit?
No.
So it could be year-round?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's a really good point, Councilmember Wilburn. There are no time limits on the local signs because of that very reason, because you could have any kind of message. It doesn't always have to be political. Now, if you're in the general election, obviously there's time limits for that. I know. Very clear, isn't it?
Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. And your last comment dovetails with the question that I asked Mr. Funk earlier today, which is generally people expect you to pick up political signs even if you're a local elected and it's a local election within 10 days, which is just good practice anyway if you want to hold on to your lawn signs. But because this is non-commercial, that is why there is no time limit in the actual ordinance. So if people wanted to keep their, Kimberly for Minnetonka signs up for the entire year, they could.
They could. Yes,
Okay.
Mayor and Councilmember Calvert, yes, that's true. They could keep them up almost permanently, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I don't necessarily, this just came to mind, but something perhaps for the Planning Commission to consider. Is there anything about duplicate signs? I mean, have we seen any ordinances in other communities? That seemed to be something that I noticed this election cycle, that say, on the position of ranked choice voting, some neighbors would have multiple of their preferred sign, and that seemed to be very present.
Mayor and Councilmember Shack, I would confirm this with the city attorney, but again, you're a little bit into content with maybe talking about regulating that sort of thing. I think it's a good question, though, to ask and then be answered with the Planning Commission review, but I think we'll put that as one of the questions we received tonight and have a formal answer for you.
Good. Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you. That made me think of another one, which is, especially during campaign season, but just in general, like with commercial signs, also with campaign season, sometimes people just stick signs up like in the right of way. It's not necessarily anybody's private property per se, and that doesn't seem, there's not specific language other than it needs to be at least 5 feet from the public street.
So Mayor and Councilmember Calvert, the question is, yes, that's regulated. It's 5 feet from a public street. If you're talking about putting it on public property, for instance?
Public property, or just like, random places that
Right.
aren't necessarily someone's property, because you're supposed to have the consent of the property owner.
Permission. Yeah. Yeah, so that does happen. Absolutely. And
So I'm just wondering, it's not
it's not clear about the ownership of the property and permission. I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Okay.
where people can and can't do that.
Yes, Councilmember Calvert, I'll write that down as something we should put in the Planning Commission packet. Thank you.
Council, other questions? I'm always good for one. And my question has to do with enforcement. During this last campaign season, I did receive calls from candidates who said, so-and-so is doing this, Mr. Mayor, you got to do something. And I, said, well, that sign enforcement is not within my purview. And, but you need to call staff, and they will take care of it. But also understand that staff is not sitting by the phone waiting for your call so they can hop in their car and go enforce the sign ordinance. It doesn't work that way. But if you could perhaps just comment, and I think that's something that, as we bring forward, as we get advice on this, we should maybe put how sign ordinances are, and how we anticipate enforcing them, because enforcement is, it's easy to make the rules, enforcement's much harder, and I think setting expectations in whatever ordinance we pass is probably not a good idea, or it's not a bad idea. So what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Enforcement is always a difficult issue because signs go up, signs get removed, signs move. Sometimes they're compliant, sometimes they're not. It just depends on the day of the week and where this person put the sign. I would say the priority, though, however, is during an election to make sure the polling place statute is followed in terms of where those signs are placed and in proximity. So I would say that has the highest priority as far as enforcement, to obviously have a fair election. The second issue is when we get direct complaints and we're told, hey, there's a lot of, a good example is right up here. People like to put in the boulevard near city campus. Those are obviously removed immediately. That's considered public property. That is not a placement for a sign, so those do get removed. Also around the city, we do often sign sweeps. During the political season, it's about once a week. We don't tell people when we're coming. We just do that enforcement during the week. So that's kind of the way we approach it. I would say it's hard to get to all the complaints because we do get a high number and a high volume of complaints. So we do our best and try to keep people compliant. If they're not compliant, we will move them. For instance, if they're not 5 feet from the road, we'll go ahead and just move them if that's possible. The other thing we do is we leave a message on the person's door hanger, if you will, to tell them what the issue was. So lots of time spent.
Very good. So tonight we have an introduction. Is there anything else that the council would like to have considered for when this comes back? Because next time it comes back, we will vote on it. And are there any other things we would like the Planning Commission to look into on this topic? Councilmember Wilburn.
So I don't know, are we supposed to weigh in on if we have a preference for one of these options, or?
That would help.
Yeah,
Yes.
please do.
Okay. Then I would prefer that we match the state requirement, just for simplicity, so we don't have a different, odd years it's one rule, even years it's another rule. People are confused about it. Most people think during the odd years that it's supposed to be following the state rules anyway. And I've had to tell people, well, no, actually, it's different. So I think it just, for simplicity's sake, and then also we don't have to be with, well, 6 signs is fine, but 7 signs is too many, or, just getting into that minutia, just having the rule that's already in place all the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Any other comments? Councilmember Coakley.
I would agree with what Councilmember Kimberly just said. I feel the same. I mean, just watching how some yards when I was campaigning had more than 3 signs, and I don't see how we can regulate and enforce the rules, especially when we have elections where now, as we talked about, we have an increased number of folks running now that we have ranked choice voting, and I just don't feel like it'd be good for us to try to regulate how many signs when people clearly want to support multiple people. And sometimes I've even had this conversation today where sometimes you may want to, like in the special election that's coming up for county commissioner, you might want to support 3 out of the 5 candidates, and then you might be supporting something else, and that's going to easily put you over the number real quick. So I think I like the idea of going with the state rules.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll add, I agree with I agree that simplicity is better. and having the rules be the same every year is better, because it's complex enough the way it is. And so, whatever we do, let's have it be consistent. And then I gave a little pause to what Councilor Shack said about, well, what about multiple signs for the same candidate on the same property? And to me, that sounds a little bit like we're regulating content. And I don't feel comfortable with that. I mean, if a candidate can get up 6 signs, if our limit's 6 or whatever the limit is, and they can talk somebody into putting 6 of their signs in their yard, it's kind of like more power to them. It's like, because I think when we're starting to border on content, and I don't know, free speech and elections and all that good stuff, we want to support that. So if I have a little trouble with kind of trying to say, well, you can have this kind of sign up, but not this kind of sign. So I think simplicity and consistency on content are things that I would want to stand for. Anything else? Councilmember Coakley.
I just want to say one more thing, and it's kind of off topic, but is on topic. I know there's a yard in my neighborhood, like on Excelsior. I think they have probably about 5 or 6 signs, and they've been there for years. And I love the signs, so I knew it. I was like, I always question, like, isn't there ordinance for like 3 signs in the yard? But they're such good signs. They're so positive. Like, who would want to like call in on them? And they've been there for years. So.
I don't want to know where it is, okay? Just too much information, Councilmember. All right. Before we move on, anything else? We do need a motion to introduce this item, and then and the motion would be to this is an introduction. So
Mayor, if I could clarify.
Yes.
So when you introduce, you could pick one of the options that would make it clear for the Planning Commission as to what one you were leaning towards. We'll tell them about the other option as well, but you could introduce it with one. That would be great.
Councilmember Wilburn.
I move introduction of the ordinance, which one is it?
I think option 1 is where you were leaning.
Option 1, under agenda item 12A.
And is there a second? Councilmember Calvert.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romalee.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 13 is public hearings, and we have one tonight. 13A is an on-sale intoxicating and Sunday on-sale intoxicating liquor license for Crossroads Delicatessen Incorporated at 2795 Hedberg Drive. And Ms. Wishnak, that's your report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Again, this is kind of like an intro, but on the liquor licensing side, as you may or may not be aware, Crossroads Deli is in the process of selling not only the property but the business, and so that is what brings us to tonight. If you weren't aware, Crossroads has been there since 1996, and I know a lot of people really enjoy that restaurant as well as myself. So not looking forward to not having that, but it does seem to be continuing with the new owners. And the owner would be William Alex Gomez, and he would be the sole proprietor. And then there are other family members that are involved in purchasing of the actual property where the building sits. So the idea would be that they would continue the current food to liquor ratio, which is 97% to 3%, 97% food. And then they have their hours of operation listed in the packet, most notably 10 to 2:30 on Mondays and Tuesdays through Friday, 10 to 2:30 and 4:30 to 8, and then Saturdays and Sundays as well. What happens at this point is we start to begin our background check. We complete that. We come back to you at another council meeting and report back as far as what that background check entailed. So you would continue the public hearing until February 26th, and then you would make a final determination at that time. Thank you, Mayor, if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. Council, any questions on this item for staff? Anyone? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I'm going to open the public hearing. And if anyone would like to comment on this item, whether it's the applicant or anyone in the audience, this is the opportunity to do that. However, we are not going to close the public hearing tonight. It will come back on February 26th. So the public hearing's open, it stays open until then. So there will be another opportunity to comment on this item at a later meeting. So, but if you'd like to comment, please come forward, state your name and address, and we'll listen to what you have to say. And if you don't want to comment, we'll just move forward. Is there anyone who'd like to comment? All right, seeing no one, then I will bring it back to the council for a motion or any comments you have. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just say this was great news for me because the rumor mill really was swirling about Crossroads, so this is positive. I will move that we continue the public hearing to February 26th for final consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember Shack. Is there a second? Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second and also just say there has to be somewhere in town for a good corned beef sandwich. I'm just saying.
Well, there is. It's called Crossroads Deli, and I know that there's a lot of people that are breathing a sigh of relief that it looks like Crossroads Deli will continue to be with us for some time. So we've got a motion and a second. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Ramey.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. Item 14 is other business, and we have several items. 14A is items concerning Walzer Kia at 15700 and 15724 Wayzata Boulevard. And Mr. Gordon, you have that report.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. We're just going to do a slide deck change quickly here and start rolling. Hold on. Okay.
Abracadabra.
I'll do it. You keep going. I'll do it.
That was yeah.
How's that?
That's an Adobe keystroke error. That was my fault. Okay, Mayor and Council, thank you. This is the Walzer Kia request. This is back to you from December. And the requests that we've received from Walzer Automotive Group are the same. They include 5 things. There's the plats. The master development plan is required by the 394 district. Conditional use permit for the use. Site and building plan review, which is customary for a commercial project like this. That includes expansion permits and variances that I'll detail. And then there's a floodplain alteration permit as well. So those are the 5 components. Those are contained in the resolutions and the ordinance that was prepared for this evening. If you're to a point later where you want to vote on this, again, we need 5 votes because of the variance to firmly pass the request from Walzer. Okay, a little bit of background. I covered most of this here. Again, it was December that we saw this last, and the vote at that time was 4-3. That was an approval recommendation. Again, because we needed 5, the vote failed. Walzer asked the council if it would reconsider the request. And so what happened was on the 18th of December, that was considered. And you at that time said, we'll accept a resubmittal of your plans under the current applications, the current submittal that's on file sometime in the future. And we kind of projected that would be a month or so out likely. And you voted unanimously to allow that resubmittal to indeed be reviewed. So here we are this evening with the revised request. Very simply put, the request is a reduction of 1 level of the parking garage. So it goes from 4 levels to 3, and that's kind of 2 upper levels on a deck and then at grade kind of into the below grade type structure. That's still on that north knoll. There are no changes to other parts of the south side of the site where the sales and servicing occur. The layout around that, that's all the same. The access drive is the same. And anything with the civil engineering required to accomplish all of the improvements remains the same as well. So really no substantial changes in the plans other than that parking deck. As we noted in the Planning Commission report, apart from the setback and wetland buffer variances and the floodplain variance setback, all the other aspects of the project meet those local and state wetland regulations. Okay, I'm going to step back for a moment and just give those of you that are new in the council and maybe some in the audience just a background on where we've come with this project, just to ground everybody. I'll talk about a few other things that are kind of related to it, and then we'll jump back in and get into the details of the revised application. So bear with me for a little bit as we work through kind of where we've been. So it was in October of 22 where we started the concept review process for Walser. And that concept review looked different than the plan that we're looking at tonight and the plan that we've reviewed over this past fall. It was a surface lot plan. And the comments at that time were both from the, came out of neighborhood input, Planning Commission review, and City Council review. So in later that year, or into the next year in June, we received the applications for the formal plan for a surface parking lot for Walser Kia. That plan needed quite a few variances. There were variances to dimensional standards for the parking lot. There were variances to the ratio of parking stalls per square foot of building. There were a number of things that were being requested that did not meet the code. The Planning Commission reviewed that at that June meeting. They recommended denial because of all of those variances. That later came to you in June, and you suggested similar, that there were too many variances to approve that request. Walser at that time requested that you not take action on that surface lot plan so they could go back and retool their design and come up with a different approach. So a little later, a few months later in September, we had a new plan before the Planning Commission. We'll call this the first parking ramp plan. And this was, again, a reconfiguration of that northern knoll where those parking stalls are, and change of that from a surface parking lot to a parking ramp. The Planning Commission was a little thin on membership that night attending. There was only 4, and they had a split vote. So that was a 2-2 recommendation to you, which is essentially no recommendation at that point. It's not a denial, it's not an approval, it's no recommendation, 2-2. So you reviewed that later in September. The applicant saw some of the comments that you had about the size, other aspects of that, and asked that you table it. So you tabled it. They tweaked their plans more. It was scheduled to come the next month. They asked for another postponement. Finally, we were able to, I think, have enough awareness of the projects, probably a good way to talk about it. We had had very little public involvement at all up until that point, and we started getting public involvement. So what we did was had a virtual office hours meeting, and we had 4 people come to that meeting and provided some input that started to create some more awareness. I think is probably a good way to talk about, the project got some legs at that point in terms of what was happening in the immediate area. And so that was a good informational point in addition to other information we had created. We had a project back sheet that we had put on the website to talk about aspects of the project, kind of pulling from the staff report and just making it kind of a simple FAQ of sorts. And then, so then a Coming out of that, the applicant revised plans again into the second ramp proposal. This is the one that was received in November, again reviewed in December, and that was the 4-3 application, we'll call it. So that's a little bit about the public process that's happened to date. So then we'll call this the third ramp plan being reviewed. This was the plan that was received on January 17th. We posted the plan on the project website the following Monday on the 22nd. We used our communications to send out 339 project alerts, updates to the subscribers to this project. 150 of those were open, so that's a pretty good open rate, pretty good hit rate. And then we also received public comments for this packet prior to the packet going out. And as Mr. Funk indicated, there's packet change memorandum comments as well. So that's where we've been up until tonight with public process. And again, this is just a summary of those plans. On the right is the current revised ramp proposal, and then preceding that are the next two ramp proposals, the surface lot plan and the concept plan. So this is the fifth plan that we've seen. Okay, let's ground everybody a little bit in the area. We spent some time on this last time, I think, just with the number of questions we've had come into City Hall that you've probably received as well. We'll just spend a little bit of time on the area here. So again, the 394 area corridor is zoned for a variety of uses, and those uses are anything from residential to office and commercial. It's certainly one of the higher profile corridors in the city in terms of investment and expectations for development. There's a very high development standard. No other zoning district has a higher development standard than the 394 district. So the investment expectations are meant to match that. This slide just shows the site plan on the property, and you'll note here in red there's the property boundary. There's actually two parcels that comprise the property, and then the site plan is overlaid on top of that. So it sits like a lot of other sites along 394, where it's more narrow on the frontage, and it's really deep. These sites go back into the middle of the wetland in this part of the area. You'll note the other properties in the area are similarly platted. They're deep. That includes the residential properties to the north. So residential, commercial properties sharing the wetland and backing up to each other in a lot of cases. Just a little bit of detail about this wetland. This is a large drainage basin in our northwest part of the city. It's part of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. It's a multi-purpose drainage basin in that it's both floodplain, it's wetland, it accepts drainage into it. It also drains out in areas. So there's a lot of exchange of water. We certainly know that there's a wide variety of plant community, animals in here we would expect. We don't have a detail of all those animals, but there's probably quite a few in here. You know, the basin is 67 acres in size, so again, all those yards that abut each other, that's a fairly large wetland complex in Minnetonka. There's about 16,000 feet of perimeter, so you know you're at 3 miles of perimeter around the exterior of that. And there's about 48 properties that have ownership in that wetland area. Okay, I'm gonna kind of come down into the project now, so we'll start talking about some project details. I mentioned that the thing that has changed about this application was the parking ramp. The access driveway, which was discussed at length last time, still remains as it was designed last time. So it straddles this thin area between the southern knoll and the northern knoll. That area is, it's about 30 feet wide, really, where the road is, and the road is going to be about 24 feet wide of surface. What shows in the red here is the area that's needed for the variance, and so the variances kind of overlap. So there's a wetland setback variance that's requested from the edge of the wetland, which is right along the edges of that darker black line here. So the road is designed to fit within the area that is not wetland. So there's no wetland impact due to the road, due to any other part of the project. There's buffers on top of the wetland edge setback, so there's another variance needed for the buffers. And then there's also a floodplain area there as well that needs a setback variance. Again, not into any other part of the site, just this access road. Just for some context, we did some stats on this driveway. It's 140 feet long. The site, the Walser site, all of the wetland edge on the property, there's about 3,000 feet of wetland edge. So those upland knolls have 3,000 feet of perimeter on them. I mentioned the larger wetland complex is about 16,000 feet of wetland edge. So again, lots of wetland here. In our previous staff report, we had identified areas where projects where we had approved variances, similar or for wetlands. The slide that's on the screen now shows the one that's probably most similar to the Walser one, and this was for a project just down the street at the Carlson Towers, where the Island property had the Trammell Crow Company build an apartment complex on that almost 10 years ago now. And so to access that island, a bridge was constructed, and the bridge required wetland setbacks and wetland buffer setbacks. So very similar. The bridge is almost the same length as this driveway. It's about 150 feet long, and this is about 140 feet long. So it's very, very similar in terms of what was needed to connect those two buildable areas. All right, diving down into the plans a little more. This is just a comparison of the December plan to the January 24 plan. Again, 4 levels down to 3. The height of the structure is also less, as you would expect. So the highest point on the previous plan was 47. That comes down 12 feet to 35. And then most of this new structure at the 3-level structure is about 28 feet. So if you imagine a single-family home, that's about as tall as a typical 2-story single-family home. There is an exposed side where the elevator shaft is that rises to 47 feet on the new plan. The footprint on these are similar. Square footage is down a little bit. Again, it's a lot, excuse me, with that 4th story being gone. And then the parking stalls go from 515 down to 385. So that gives you some detail on those plans. These are the elevations that were provided in the packet. Again, just showing the reductions in height. The top screen shows the north elevation, again, generally 12 feet lower all the way around, elevator and the primary part of it. The other thing you'll note that was identified is that wall on the north side is completely opaque. There are no openings in it, so there's no transfer of light, sound. It's completely solid. That's unchanged from the December to the January plan. And then the bottom slide of the slide shows, again, just the elevation of the ramp from a west elevation. East elevation would be similar as well, but again, very similar designs, just shorter. This shows one of the depictions that were in the packet of what the project would look like. This is a close-up, so this is on site, but it's showing the detail of what the landscaping package would be around the north side. So in addition to ground cover, shrubs, and trees that would be planted, the applicant is proposing a vine system to grow up along that opaque wall system, just to give it some more buffering and softening through the growing season. So that's on the north side. I kind of identified the 394 was a very prescriptive district. It has high expectations, and maybe just the mayor lived through the 2008 update of the ordinance, but we had interest from a neighboring property at that time to do a new parking and auto sales and display business. That's the BMW. And the ordinance wouldn't allow what they wanted to do. So at that time, the council said, okay, if we are going to allow another dealership in the community, we do need to update our ordinance. So we went through many months of updating the ordinance, basically putting some more modern standards, I'll call them, into how sales, display of cars was to happen on these lots, changing it from sort of a surface model to a structured model, meaning you can still park cars outside, but they need to have a higher level of screening, and then there's a ratio. So you can't overpark your site with cars for sale and have a small building for service sales, those types of administrative functions. So the ordinance offered two approaches. You can still do the outside storage, but your ratio is going to be much lower. And if you want to have more opportunity to park cars, then they need to be in a structure, essentially. So those are the real changes that have come from that 2008 update. We have not had a dealership since BMW that, again, just followed that ordinance, build to this standard. So Walser Kia is only the second after that BMW to build under the new standard. We've also had some questions, so kind of backing out again from the project a little bit. In the last month, we've had questions about environmental assessment worksheets. That's a state process for environmental review. An EAW is essentially a review of projects that are large in size and scope. The state sets minimums for a number of categories for different types of uses on where you might be getting into that large scope type project, and if you meet the minimum threshold, they call it, then you need to go through an environmental assessment worksheet process to determine not if you approve or deny the project, but what are some of the mitigating things that need to happen with the project if it is to go forward. So just some background about an EAW. It's an informational process. It's identifying potential impacts and ways to reduce those impacts. It's not a process that we use to approve or deny a project. We are the RGU, the responsible governmental unit, which means we take authority for the EAW process and we own it, but it's not a substitute for what we're doing tonight. Okay. For this project, if it was going to meet a mandatory category, it would have to be over 300,000 square feet. And we're a little more than half of that project size tonight. So it doesn't meet the minimum threshold required to trigger a mandatory EAW. The thing that it also doesn't do is answer specific project details. And we've heard some of that about wetland impacts. The EAW would not answer those specific questions if we were to entertain an EAW process. So it's going to provide some information, but it won't answer the questions that are on the table tonight. A lot of things that the EAW would review are things that we review with our development applications, except for the wildlife components, greenhouse gas emissions. Most of the other ones we touch in some way, shape, or form through our own development review process with the people that we have on staff to review aspects of the code. we touched many of these things already. Okay, so I'm going to kind of conclude here with just some summary comments in terms of how we view this as staff. We looked at the project if it were an appropriate use of the property. We feel that this new application, the 3-level parking ramp project, is still a good use of the property. It meets all of the standards for the 394. It's consistent with the expectations of the 394 district, and it's in a reasonable place to have these occur. Is the design reasonable? Yes. The building we think is thoughtfully designed. It's attractive. It's consistent with the standards in the PID district, and it again reflects that high level of investment that we expect in the 394 district. The parking ramp question, again, that's one of those two choices for an automobile mobile use. Having these enclosed parking stalls in a structure meets that standard, and it's consistent with the ordinance. So our recommendation to the council is to adopt those 3 resolutions and ordinance of those requests that were previously identified and shown on the screen here. If you're of the flavor to take this on and vote tonight, this is a 5-vote item as noted, and we need 5 affirmative votes because of the variance to approve it. We do wish that you do put your reasons for approval or denial on the record, and if there are ordinance standards for those that you want to reference, please do that as well. So that is our recommendation to you. An alternative action, if you were wishing to deny this request this evening, then what we want you to do, again, put your reasons on the record for what standards aren't met. We'll take those from tonight's meeting. We would request that you table action tonight, and then we'll bring this back on the 12th of February with a resolution that contains all those findings for your action again. So again, that's a denial path. Again, shouldn't take action on that tonight. Could take action on the 12th of February. And again, that's only a 4-vote item if you need that. Mayor, I think that's the rest of the comments that I've got. I've got a ton of detail if you have questions, but I'll turn it back to you and the council.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. I think you reviewed the history and did a nice job of kind of setting up the context. So what we'll do first is turn to council and ask if you have any questions of staff that you would like to ask at this point. Councilmember Wilburn.
So I have 2 questions, one about the project directly and one to do with notifications. So I had some communications with a resident who was concerned that not all of the neighbors got the postcards that were sent out, and then was also, well, at least one got it, was also concerned that,
Okay,
okay, but,
we're not going to do that now.
okay. And that even, you know, that not everyone has access to email, so that even when they receive the postcards, it's not a lot of time to prepare to make it to the meeting. So I was wondering if you could just clarify the notification timing for how that all works for when you send out notifications.
Mr. Gordon.
Mayor and council and Councilmember Wilburn, our typical process is that we always want to notify people through various means, and so that's our postcard, which is a tried and true method and for decades now. The emails is also a really newer component that when we get project subscribers, we're able to then push updates out for changes that have happened on the website and the website is always there as well. So, this was a quicker turnaround for sure than what we normally would have on the front end of the process, like this project had, where we were sending things out a couple of weeks before the Planning Commission meeting, having a date for council on there as well, so people could see the path going forward. But I think with the engagement that we've had, I don't know that, we probably missed, anybody's attention. Certainly the timing was a little more compressed, though, than we typically have.
Right, so, just to be clear, though, so you can't, until the proposal comes before you and is put on the calendar, then nothing can be sent out. And so because these timelines were closer together, you weren't able to send things out as early as you might have. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Wilburn, I think this was, an effort to do everything we could to identify, everybody that we'd come in contact with. And of note too, we're still, thinking that we have a new clock of sorts for our statutory limitations on review of 60 days. So we do have to keep this moving without extensions from the developer that we don't have at the moment. We don't believe.
Okay, so my second question is about the environmental review. So I want to be clear that I understood what you're saying, that even if there had been an environmental review, it wouldn't address the concerns that some residents have about the effect on the wildlife that this project might have.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn, I think there's a few things that the environmental review process would pick up for inventorying things that we don't review at a staff level. Like I mentioned the wildlife as an example. That would pick up those types of wildlife that would be generally present in this area without a specific and highly detailed wildlife survey, which are kind of difficult and exhaustive. So that's probably the one thing that maybe that I've seen in comments anyway about wildlife in the area that we certainly don't do. But again, our ordinances are set up to look at development impacts in a way that is friendly to the environment, not trying to identify real specifics on specific wildlife, but a general concern for not having impacts to wildlife and people.
Okay, one final question. I'll let someone else have a chance.
May I add? I'm sorry,
sure.
before
Go
you
ahead.
add. Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn, I do want to recognize, though, we have staff that are trained and understand wildlife. So I don't want you to think that we don't have any expertise in that area, but it's just, I think I would concur with Lauren's comments, but we do have staff that are.
And along that line, so in December, when we were looking at the project, I believe staff indicated the land bridge that was proposed, that there would be no permanent impact to the wetlands. And so can you go through, what sort of review did the staff do to come to that conclusion?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn, council members, the slide here that shows the land bridge driveway is completely out of any wetland area. So there is zero wetland impact with this proposal. Like a lot of projects that have a wetland on the site, our natural resources staff will go out and evaluate the whole site. They'll take also a more detailed look at wetlands. Larger wetlands like this usually require a little bit more attention, and in that case, a technical evaluation panel, a TEP, is usually convened for those types of projects. And what that means is it's a panel that includes staff from the Board of Soil and Water Resources, Hennepin County Conservation District, Minnehaha Creek Watershed District in this case with this watershed district, and then city staff. And so what they will do is they will evaluate the wetland and use the wetland delineation and wetland report that was provided by the developer, by a professional wetland scientist, and evaluate that report and determine if it's correct or incorrect, and if there's any changes that are needed to it. So they'll establish where the wetland boundary edges are and any other particulars about the wetland of note. So there's been multiple reviews of the wetland by various different parties, and they've all concurred that there is no wetland impact for the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Are there other questions? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard, you mentioned that BMW is the last development that went in after these ordinances. And from some of the residents, they said that BMW did an environmental assessment. Do you know anything about that or the results?
Mr. Gordon?
Mayor and Councilmember Foster Bolton, I was here during that review. They did not require an environmental assessment worksheet, so there was no EAW performed for that project. It was also below the threshold required to trigger the minimum category review. So there were other aspects of that project, environmental things like this one, that were reviewed as staff a little more specifically for various things about wetland and impact, but there was not a formal process.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. And then when you say, however you vote, be specific in why you're voting for that. And I just want to be clear about, so in terms of the variance for the land bridge, that's what needs, or two of them, that the five votes. And so when you say be specific about your comments, can you say a little bit more about that?
Mr. Gordon?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Pardon me. No, you're good. You're good.
I'm going to turn it to Mrs. Heine. Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council, what the courts generally require when they review decisions is they want to understand what the basis of the council's decision was. And the council does need to make written findings of fact. So with respect to the approval, there's very detailed written findings of fact in the staff report, in the resolutions. Those are all very detailed. So if the council was going to vote in favor of those resolutions, you wouldn't necessarily have to add anything, but it is good for the public to understand why you're supporting the project. If you wanted to, were not inclined to support the project, then the staff recommendation is to table this matter and bring it back. And the staff needs to understand why the council doesn't support it. And the more specific that you can be in identifying, this is the issue that I have, or the concern that I have, that would help the staff in preparing those written findings of fact. Because ultimately the decision of the council has to be supported by findings of fact.
Thank you.
Council, other questions? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things when this was before us in December that we talked a little bit about, or that you presented on, and I could use a refresher for, is in many ways related to the wetland buffer and the floodplain, the conditions on the site and some of the stormwater management on the site is improved with this project. Can you just give me a little refresher on that?
Mayor and Councilmember Shack, did I hear you correctly say isn't proved?
improved.
The
Like-
things that are improved.
Correct.
Got
That
it,
there,
okay.
yes, particularly like the stormwater management, and I think some of the variances, if what's there was built today, would require more substantial variances than what this project is requiring.
And just to clarify, not an improvement over the previous surface lot plan, but just what improvements does this project bring to surface water in general?
Correct. The
Got it.
conditions
Yeah.
on the site versus the conditions on the site today. So this project versus the conditions on the site today.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So today, the current building, which is in the same location generally as the sales and service building, has no surface water management on site. So what happens with drainage off of the parking lot and the roof, it just drains wherever it's draining into uncontrolled essentially, and it will make its way into the wetland. So what that means is, pollutants, sand, salt, carb, oils, typical things like that, don't have any treatment before they reach the wetland. Any development in Minnetonka requires of a redevelopment that's this size will require surface water management or stormwater practices be in place. And those practices essentially ensure that the water that is leaving the site, meaning draining into the wetland eventually, is clean. And so it will clean the pollutants, capture those into a lot of engineered chambers. Those chambers have to be cleaned and maintained regularly. We also have practices for salting, sanding that developments have to abide by. So there's a number of things that improve not only the water quality leaving the site, but also improve just the management of the site, which is probably the most important thing, just keeping the site generally clean and keeping those pollutants from entering the environment stream. So that's a real quick summary of surface water.
Other questions, Councilmember Rameli?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll ask your patience. I do have a number of questions. I'm new at this, and especially given the fact that we didn't have a specific recommendation from the Planning Commission, it's kind of meant that I've done a deep dive into this to try to understand all the nuances, and there are many in this project. So again, can you confirm to me that there will be no wetland infill as part of this project? Is that a yes or no?
Yes, there is no wetland impact, no wetland fill.
All right. And then secondly, just to reiterate or to confirm my understanding from your previous answer just now, that essentially the water quality, the runoff, and the stormwater management situation will actually be improved relative to the current condition at this point. And where will that impact? I guess this is a two-parter, because this is kind of a tale of two wetlands, it seems like, regarding this project. And I don't think you have anything here that indicates that, but if you can put up that slide again that shows, the wetland, and indicate where the main wetland that's facing the neighbors is if you can indicate that with the cursor. I don't know if you can. That's, up there. And that the neighbor houses are up there. You have this buildable site, this 3.9 upland acre building site where the ramp would be. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you have the access road, if you can indicate where that is. And the variances that are being required are for that access road that connects those two buildable pieces of property that do not affect the wetlands. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So furthermore, then, am I understanding correctly then that the variances are only for the access road? They do not concern the ramp, and they do not concern the main dealership building? That the access ramp, and again, I'm just trying to clarify, doesn't actually fall within wetlands. It is still in buildable area, but what's the issue is that it needs a reduced buffer area just to allow for that access road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so next I would ask if you could speak to the hydrology of the site. What is the current drainage pattern for this property? Is it generally north to south? So is water draining, is downstream from that main wetlands area, again, if you'll indicate that, which is directly south of the residence neighborhood, and that big main wetland area? Is that direct, then is the hydrology pattern generally downstream from that?
I would say that there's a couple of different drainage patterns here. So there is some drainage that happens to the west from the site into this lower area, wetland and floodplain area along the edge. That isn't exactly connected to the east side ditch, we'll call it. And that ditch is where most of the water flows out of this wetland under 394 and then south eventually into Minnehaha Creek. So
And
there's
also into another wetland, is that correct?
yeah, there'd be many of
There's
them
another,
before they hit the
well, there's
Minnehaha
another
Creek.
wetland on the other side of 394, is that correct? I've
Yes.
walked the site a number of
Yep.
times now.
Yep.
Okay. And so my understanding, can you just confirm my understanding then with this improved stormwater management system, which is going to, not only contain runoff to make sure that there's no floodplain variation in this plan, that clean and filtered water then would be coming off both of these buildings, would be held in basins, basically to contain and filter the water so that you don't have flooding situations because of the decreased or increased surface area. It will then, that cleaner water will then flow underneath into the storm sewer system, and also underneath 394 to another wetland and eventually into Minnehaha Creek. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So are we allowed to, Mr. Mayor, make questions or comments as well at this point?
We are in the questioning
Question.
phase, not the comment phase, because we will have the opportunity for public comment as well. So we don't want to comment before we've got all the information.
Okay, one last question then. I was looking at an aerial view myself and trying to compare the height of surrounding buildings, such as BMW, the neighboring apartment buildings, and other commercial buildings along this strip, which also are adjacent to the wetlands. Do you have information on those, or a slide that depicts those or anything like that?
Mayor and Council, I do have a slide, and it is not in my slide deck tonight. I apologize. I can give you some general numbers, though, on surrounding sites.
I actually have done my own research on this, so I'm happy to help. I have the BMW is 60 feet high, or at least according to the building permit. I believe I've seen 59 feet. The neighboring office building is 50 feet. Nissan is 40 feet. Lexus is 30 feet. I do not have Chevrolet, if you have that, or the neighboring apartment building directly on the other side. But my understanding is that directly next door, the BMW is at almost 60 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the apartment building on the other side of this property, I don't think I have that, but from a basic look-see when I was out on site, I would say it's 3 stories through, so at least 30 feet.
I would say that's
30,
largely
probably
correct.
between 30
Very
and 40
close.
feet.
Yes. Yep.
And then again, can you remind me what this proposed building is going to be? The proposed parking ramp structure.
The parking ramp structure, the tallest point is 35 feet. The majority of it is about 28 feet in height.
And again, what's the maximum height for a single-story family home? Single-family home?
35 feet is code regulated for a single-family home.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there other questions for staff? Anyone? Councilmember Wilburn.
So we received an email that's in the addendum from former Councilmember Sheppy discussing what he believes is a conflict between the landscaping ordinance and the parking requirements. And so can you address that?
Mr.
Mayor,
Gordon?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn. So there are a couple of different things that are happening in the ordinance in terms of trying to provide buffering for these types of uses. And when, I need to pull up the code here, just one moment. Yeah, when you're to a point where you're away from surface parking, which would have a higher standard for buffering and screening, and into a ramp condition like we are with this project, then the expectation for buffering isn't quite as high as you would have it with a surface condition. So in essence, the structure is serving as the buffering for a surface car situation. So the ramp itself provides the necessary screening of the cars, and the ramp isn't necessarily needing as much screening were it not there. So the ramp not being the problem, we're trying to screen the use, which is car storage, not screen buildings. So there's a little bit of a distinction in the ordinance about the intent, and you have to look at it kind of as a whole, in that, again, we're not going to try and screen every building at every height, and that's not realistic. What we are trying to do is screen buffer uses that would have an adverse impact, negative impact on surrounding properties. So the structured condition does that. The additional landscaping just helps soften it, I would say.
Councilmember Rameli.
Sorry, that just triggered a few other questions. I apologize. I also had a number of constituent or resident emails regarding this, and especially regarding indication of a desire to go back to the first plan, the surface lot, which, can I just confirm, since I wasn't here, that was before my time, that the number of variances, there are 11, and related environmental concerns was a key reason that staff recommended and the Planning Commission concurred, decided not to recommend that plan, and then City Council then concurred as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And am I correct in my understanding from staff report, again, my apologies, I ask your patience, that staff is recommending approval of the current as well as the previous ramp plan because it conforms to the PID, it does not fill in any wetlands, and that the main building and ramp are both in upland buildable areas and do not require any variance. And then I understand from the applicant, which is also related at a previous meeting, again before my time, that less salting and plowing will be required with a ramp as opposed to a surface lot, which will further reduce potential environmental harm. Am I understanding, am I getting that?
That you got that. That is true.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming my understanding. And then some other issues that had been brought to my attention were concern about fire access, and is my understanding correct that a building like this has to have either a sprinkler or an access road in order to receive construction permits? Is that correct?
Yeah, Councilmember Rameli, at the time of building permit, if the project gets to that point, that's a condition of the land use approvals. So the building permits would have to include a fire suppression system that would be reviewed by staff to ensure it meets fire code.
Okay, sorry, a couple more. I apologize. So I understand from your discussion and your report this evening that the city does not have any zoning ordinance or other ordinance specifically related to wildlife. However, my understanding is that we do have to abide by certain federal statutes and state statutes, which would include the Migratory Bird Act. I looked into this because this was a concern that had been brought up at previous meetings, and maybe you can confirm or deny my own research on this. My understanding is that the Migratory Bird Act regulates the hunting and destruction of birds, not the development-related items. And so, since this really isn't applicable here because we're not hunting birds here and there's no infill of the wetlands, so, you know, this isn't destroying habitat. Is that correct?
Ms. Wishnack.
Mayor and Councilmember Romali, I'll answer that one. I think that it's important to point out that, yes, the Endangered Species Act, the city has to comply with that at all times. I'll give an example. We had a house under construction where there was an endangered bat found on the property, and they had to stop construction for a period of time during what was the kind of no construction time period that was designated by the federal government. So that does happen. We have experience in that. We have staff members who understand the compliance issues with the Endangered Species Act. If that were to happen, we would have an expert come in and advise us on anything that we didn't know internally, and obviously make that project comply with any of those acts. But again, the first act, the Migratory Bird Act, that is not about development itself. So I think it's important to point that out, that that's about the destruction of birds or nests or habitat.
Thank you. And just a follow-up to that, do we know of any endangered species at this point that are within the wetlands, which again, which I understand we're not infilling, but in the area?
We have not identified anything. There's lots of wildlife mentioned in the letters. I don't know that there are any that are actually endangered. So a lot of people mentioned the trumpeter swan. There was another, I think it was sandhill crane, etc. They're not endangered on the Endangered Species Act.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council, are there other questions from you? I don't want to cut anybody off. Anyone? All right. You know me. I'm always good for a few questions. And my questions really pertain to the variance. Because, let's be honest, if there weren't a variance on this, we would not be talking about this tonight because it would have already passed 4-3 by a previous council. But there is a variance, and that is the reason we're here talking about it tonight. And so I want to focus specifically on the variance. And you know, I think we get so close to this sometimes that we kind of assume everybody knows. But I would just like staff to provide, so I'll make this a question. We're on Jeopardy, so we have to make it a question. You know, could you please explain what the difference between a setback is and an incursion is, because we're talking about potential, you know, we're talking about, that's a relevant topic, and we want to be very clear what a setback is.
Yeah, Mayor, specifically for what we're talking about this evening, the wetland setbacks are the distance required by the code for improvements from that wetland edge. And the wetland setback also has a buffer kind of within it as well. So there's almost like 2 layers of protection against the wetland, where we expect development to be back, and then we expect the buffer to have native plant materials in it to help, you know, soften that edge, create some habitat and an ecosystem for plants and animals to live along that wetland edge. So the setback is in place for environmental reasons. We don't generally touch wetlands in Minnetonka. It's very, very rare that a wetland is touched. We have instances where there are setback variances, as in this case, to get to developable parts of the property. But again, the setback variance standard is a part of our environmental ordinances for those reasons.
Okay, and then I'm going to follow up that question is, you know, why do we have setbacks? I mean, if you're not overlapping a property or overlapping, why do we have setbacks?
Yeah, setbacks are, Mayor, there in council for all kinds of reasons in Minnetonka. We have many setbacks, and they're for various purposes, buildings for, light and air around, homes and buildings, setback variances for environmental conditions, wetlands, floodplain. Those are meant to, again, create a natural edge, create opportunities for wildlife and habitat to grow, and not pinch in on each other. So that's the general purpose of those, so that we just don't have urban development, wall to wall to wall.
Very good, very good. And then just to get to the nature of variances. I know that in our consent agenda tonight on a totally different topic, I believe we passed a variance. We voted as a council to pass a variance tonight. It wasn't a big deal. It was a relatively small variance, and it was not, but we passed that as part of the consent agenda. But perhaps you could just talk a little bit about how unusual or usual variances are in a community like Minnetonka that has unique topography, does not have a grid road system. There are a lot of things that make our community unique. And so how common is it for the council to be asked to pass a variance?
Mayor, we get a lot of variances in Minnetonka because of a number of things that are usually pre-existing conditions. And so, for example, older neighborhoods that were built in the 50s precede our current zoning ordinance, and the standards by which they built are sometimes different than our current code. So to allow people to continue to use their homes or other improvements, we need variances from time to time to allow those structures to adapt to people's living conditions and pleasures. This involves more of an environmental variance. Those are common as well, where we have land features that aren't always in step with where we may need to do other improvements. So this is one of those examples where you can have buildable land that's separated by something that doesn't meet all of the standards as you may want to have the land designed. So you're not going to impact the resource, but you are going to need a variance and alleviation from the standard from the code in order to access, what exists on the site. So those are not uncommon. And again, we're about putting those particular situations in a spot where you can still protect the environment. You can give a good justification for the variance, and we think that this is a reason to do that for this project tonight.
Very good. So I've got two more questions. One takes the opposite tack. Okay, well, we passed a lot of variances. So does that mean Minnetonka has no standards, and if you have a variance, just ask for anything because you'll get it from this council or from this from the city? Help me be more discerning on variances.
Right. Yeah. These are the variance question. Mayor and council is always about the practical difficulty of the situation that is in front of you, and it's scrutinous. Not only does our code back it, but state law also provides the basis for granting the variance. And if you can't meet the tests for that, the practical difficulties test, then you shouldn't issue a variance. That's the law. That's the reality. They're not willy-nilly given out, and they have to go through a process that's vetted publicly to do that. We can't give variances as a staff. That has to come through a public body. There has to be public input in order to do that, and either the planning commission or the council, depending on the project and what's involved with applications, has to make that finding.
Great. Well, thank you. That's the extent of my questions. I was going to go back one more time, but I appreciate you bearing with me on that because I think it's important as we consider this. And Councilmember Rameli, Councilperson whatever, Rameli, you have another question, so go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. So a couple
No
more
apologies.
things.
This is good.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that the applicant, I just remembered this, has offered to perform a post-construction survey of the wetland areas of the site. Is that correct? I mean, and was I reading that correctly? And can you elaborate on what this would entail and, kind of what information would be generated? Have you received any additional information from the applicant on this?
Ms. Wishnak.
Mayor and Councilmember Romali, that has been something that has been discussed by the applicant. I think that's a question you should have for the applicant to ensure that they're willing to do that. I think the terminology is a little bit different than what I understood, and that was a post-construction analysis,
Okay.
not a survey. So to me, that says two different things. So just to be clear for the
I'll
record.
hold that question for the
Yeah.
applicant then.
Thank you.
And very good, and I appreciate that. Any further questions, Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor's line of questioning, Mayor's questioning led me to one kind of thought. That upland area, let's say what was going to be, something everybody loves, like the best ice cream shop in the world or something. That's my bias. Is there any way to that upland area is buildable and accessible without some kind of variance for the access drive?
Mayor and Councilmember Shack, I think if you had an ice cream shop with a cart and not a constructed building, and you wanted to walk through a wood chip path to get there, that's probably the only way that happens in a built condition where you're building infrastructure and buildings. I don't know if there are any alternatives to what's being proposed tonight.
Any other questions, Council? And then I was jumping ahead. We will hear from the public, but I think I should allow the applicant to come forward and make any comments that they would like to make, so we have all the information on the table before we hear from residents on their thoughts on this proposal. So as usual, come state your name and address, and welcome, and thank you for being here tonight. And I'm sorry I almost skipped over you. It would not be the first mistake the mayor's made in running a meeting.
My name is David Phillips. I'm the architect for Walser Automotive. With me, I have David Bade of Westwood Engineering, the civil engineering, and we've also brought Mark Kellogg. Mark is a wetland scientist and expert, and he will address many comments here. I have a very short PowerPoint. I'll need, you can use that or you can use this, either way. I need training every time.
You're not alone, just so you know.
There's an echo here. You've all seen the picture of the existing property. The billboard is down. We're proposing a new dealership. This dealership will have 40 to 50 high-paying jobs, meaning over $60,000 a year. And I want to point out this is a new business, not a relocation. We aren't taking any jobs from Bloomington and bringing them to Minnetonka. These are newly created jobs. As discussed, when we started this project, we proposed an on-grade parking lot. We proposed pervious pavement solutions and several items, knowing that a parking ramp was required, but thinking there'd be a trade-off. It was made clear to us that we were not going to get approval on an on-grade lot. So we abandoned that and brought the ramp. There's a lot of talk about variances tonight. During this process, we resolved all the variances except the ones that are there, and that included we had to adjust the footprint of the building on the south portion, so we meet all the setbacks other than some existing on the very south property line from the highway. Our revised design in December 4th had a number of items. We pulled back the size of the ramp in terms of the footprint. We added solid walls on the north side. That'll prevent lights. As you come up the ramp, you won't see lights. They'll hit the wall. We added additional landscaping where we pulled back the ramp from north to south, and we also raised the berm along the north wall. So our perceived height is under 30 feet on the north wall. Let me go on to the next one. The basic change that's been discussed tonight is we got a lot of discussion about the height and the number of cars in the ramp at the previous meeting. So Walser wants to maintain a good relationship. We've lowered the building by a full deck. It's about 130 cars we've taken off the site and lowering it down. I think that's been discussed by Lauren very well. It's 2 elevated levels instead of 3. We talk about the on-grade causeway. We had investigated a bridge, much as they had looked at in Carlson, and it was determined that would have more impact than what we're proposing. Again, I've mentioned we've made a smaller building to eliminate some. I brought some comparison photographs. This is a 3 elevated tier shot of the building from Ranchview Court. This is the 2 elevated tier. You see the building kind of goes down. From Gleason, you can barely see the building at 3, and it pretty much disappears at 2. This is from Towns Road. You see the building. I've got the arrow pointing it, and it goes down a wind. So you can see it's pretty dramatic to have lowered the height of the building from the neighbor point of view, from what they will see. Again, we're talking about softening the north wall area of the building. We'll plant ivy, and that should grow up over time and give you a green screen, if you will, on the building. I told you I'd be fast. I'd like to introduce Mark Kellogg of Kellogg Environmental Services. Again, he's a wetland scientist and expert. Walser's asked him to review and comment on this project, on that. He had nothing to do with the project, so this is strictly his review. Thank you. I'll stick around for questions also.
Great, thank you.
We'll leave that up for Mark.
Mr. Quahog, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Mark Kellogg, and I am a professional wetland scientist certified by the Society for Wetland Scientists. I'm owner and president of Kellogg Environmental Services Company and have been for 27 years. I'm also the wetland consultant agent for the City of Rogers and the City of Mayer, Minnesota. So I review projects on behalf of those cities and to ensure that they comply with the state and city requirements. So I don't want to repeat a lot of what has already been said regarding the wetlands. There's a really nice summary that was provided, and I basically would concur with a lot of that. The delineation was done by Westwood. It was determined to be accurate by the city's wetland specialist and by the technical evaluation panel. There was a wetland functional assessment completed to determine that the wetland qualified as a managed to wetland. Therefore, it would qualify or would require a 16.5-foot buffer adjacent to the wetland. There were earlier plans that were considered, and those plans involved up to a half an acre of wetland impact. Through the process that the wetland rules known as sequencing, the Changes to the plan were made so that the wetland impacts were eliminated, and the current plan has no wetland impacts at all, which I think is a remarkable accomplishment considering the site is surrounded by wetland on 3 sides. I do a lot of project reviews up in Rogers, and it's a very rare thing that there are projects go through with no wetland impacts. Minnetonka is very unique in the respect that they provide to the wetlands. There was a comment or a question made about potential for post-development conditions in the wetland, and so my company completed an analysis of what we would expect the wetland quality to be after the project occurred. So knowing what was proposed on the site, we could revise the tool that we use. It's called a MinRam, and we could insert the future conditions, and from that, the outcome was there would be no change in the quality or the management ranking of the wetland based on the project. I also want to comment on the southern portion of the site where there will be improvements. That point was already made, but the current facility does not have any stormwater treatment, and it does not have any wetland buffers, and so the proposed project would add buffers and would provide water quality treatment at the southern end associated with the building. So again, I think the team has done a really good job. The review process has accomplished what you would want it to accomplish in whittling down the wetland impacts to nothing, and other than the variance for the buffer and the setbacks, the project has done a really nice job in minimizing wetland impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Kellogg, and did I get your name pronounced properly? I
Great.
want to get it right, so
No,
thank you
that's
for
right
that.
on. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Thank you for that. And are you guys done, or any comments? Go ahead. It's your nickel right now.
Yep, absolutely. Good evening. I'm David Bade with Westwood Engineering. Again, Director of Commercial Development. I'm happy to answer any questions on the site, the civil, the stormwater, the floodplain. But again, as we get a little bit further, I think one of the comments was a post-construction survey. Again, just to chime in a little bit on that, basically what we would be doing is providing a survey of the stormwater facilities themselves to make sure that they're actually functioning as designed. And that is typical on pretty much any stormwater facility that we're designing and constructing these days. So not a full site survey necessarily, although that could be done, but this is really specific to the stormwater features themselves.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the team? Councilor Wilburn. That's what we're here for, so no problem.
Just really quickly though, and for Mr. Kellogg, did your wetland survey include any assessment of wildlife and potential effects on wildlife in the area? There's a lot of concern about the wildlife, but like specifically someone mentioned that the putting in the pilings, that constant noise that goes on for as long as it takes for that to happen, that could affect wildlife and even cause some to leave the area. So I was just wondering if it's strictly just the water, the storm drainage, or if you evaluated wildlife at all.
Yeah, there are some questions in the assessment tool that deal with wildlife, but it doesn't get into that level of detail.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kellogg, for that presentation. I do have a couple of questions regarding the wildlife. Are you aware, as a consultant and somebody who is certified in this field, I was just wondering if you even though maybe for this particular project you didn't assess this, are you aware of any peer-reviewed studies that do study the effect of either long-term noise pollution or short-term kind of project like this, noising for like pile driving? Are you aware of any studies in this area?
I'm not.
Thank you. Any other questions before you go? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
And design team, any other last comments? All right, we're gonna let you go, and we will take comments from the audience. So the way it works is that please come up and state your name and address and share your comments. I ask that you please be brief. It's already 20 to 9, and people do want to get out of here this evening. But we want to hear you out. So I'm going to ask if you can keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. That's great. I'm going to hit the timer, and if it's 5 minutes, at 5 minutes, I'm going to ask you to stop. But please come up, state your name, and we want to hear what you have to say.
It's me, the big mouth.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jim Murdoch. I'm at 121 Ranch View Lane South, which is directly north of the building in question on the opposite side of the wetlands. Now, firstly, I'd like just to discuss this quickly, hopefully, but this is my third time up talking about this, and it's been over a period of years. When I got the information from the last meeting in December, I got it 5 days after the meeting. I was totally unaware of it. And a lot of our other neighbors, I'd say, well, did you get that? Or no, they didn't have any idea about it. So as far as not having a lot of neighbors and so forth taking a lot of interest in the project, I think a lot of us were never really involved or never informed. Okay, first of all, what kind of like to mention is you're talking about buffers from the wetlands. In essence, this property is an island in that wetlands. So I'm very concerned about, and it sounds like, I know the last time I was here, we were talking about the permeable parking lot and so forth. And that would have been horrible because all the salt and everything else would have gotten into the wetlands. I'm just wondering how are you going to enforce the idea of making some kind of sewage treatment plant or something like that on the property. I don't know if that's something you can say, okay, you actually have to do that or not.
I'll ask staff to make note of these. Please make your comments. We'll respond after everyone's made their comments and revisit the questions that have been asked.
Okay. But the last one of the previous meetings, there was supposedly like 185 car storage limit on the property, and now they've raised it to 385. Does that have anything to do with the with the ramp being versus a flat lot, or are we still going? So that was one of the big objections, was that there's too much parking.
Okay, we're not going to answer those questions. You have questions, we'll make a note of them, and then after everyone's had a chance to speak, then staff will come back and answer your questions. And then please address your questions here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I was wondering, is the building itself, the parking ramp, is it open roof? In other words, what I'm thinking about is the light pollution going to be an issue? And then, well, I guess that's probably about it as far as questions go. I'm just concerned with the light pollution, and there is a lot of wildlife out there. I definitely know that.
So the council will get the answers to those questions before we deliberate.
Okay.
Did you have any comments you want to make, or is that it?
Well, like I said, it's probably a little bit better than the original plan, but it still seems to be a little bit overbuilt. Especially, I'm afraid of all those cars out there.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Charles Miley, and I live at 271 Bellwether Path. I'm one of the neighbors to the north of the proposed development. And my main comment is really a request for clarification. One of my concerns has always been the lighting of the ramp at night, and Mr. Phillips, the architect for Walser, addressed this at the December 4th meeting. And I paid very close attention to his comments on how the lighting would be handled and took reasonable notes on it. And so it remained a concern of mine, though, so I read the minutes that are published from the December 4th meeting, and they present his comments a little bit differently. So I'm asking for clarification on that. The minutes state that Mr. Phillips, explained 1/2 hour after closing, the lighting within the ramp could be dimmed down to 10% so as not to disturb the neighbors. And the lights on top of the ramp would be turned off completely after that's what the minutes state, which is quite a different in character from what my notes said. So right before coming tonight, I reviewed the video of the December 4th meeting, and it kind of validated my notes from that meeting. Actually, it was Councilmember Wilbur who asked on December 4th about the lighting of the ramp. And Mr. Phillips' response to her question, as shown on the video, said that 1/2 hour after closing, we will dim it down to no more than 10%. So that's quite a bit different from could be turned down. Mr. Phillips stated that we will turn down to no more than 10%. And on the video it says that the top poles will turn off 100% after the last employee leaves. So I was reassured by the comments that Mr. Phillips made at the meeting on December 4th, but I was concerned when I read the minutes because it didn't seem to be as definite that would be addressed that way. And it kind of brings up the question of, is that ever written before approval is given? You know, specifics of a lighting plan, which for the neighbors to the north will be extremely important and really not something that we would like to see left open to, to the company to decide later on.
Understood, and I will, staff will comment on that as well, but I think we can put conditions in any approval. So anyway, thank you for your question.
Thank you. You bet.
Thank you. Other comments from members of the audience? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Jessica Yudchitz. I live at 325 Towns Road. I would ask you to reflect on what the words leadership and integrity mean to you. Mr. Mayor, at the December 4th City Council meeting, you said, quote, "If the ramp were fully enclosed, it might be more visually appealing, but again, that's dealing with view and the things that are beyond the purview of the council," end quote. At an earlier City Council meeting, you described the concerns of residents as simply being about, quote, air rights. I am curious if you have read the section in the I-394 district ordinances entitled Design Standards. It reads, "The city has determined the development located in the planned I-394 district requires a high degree of design quality. The high visibility of properties from the interstate frontage and the proximity of development sites to single-family residential neighborhoods dictate sensitive design considerations. This section is intended to serve the public interest, maintain and enhance property values, and mitigate the impacts between adjacent land uses of different intensity through appropriate design standards." So if this narrative sets the tone for the spirit of the code, I am at a loss for how neighborhood concerns are dismissed when the language here is very clear. Single-family residential neighborhoods and their property values are specifically outlined here. You cannot say our concerns about views and property values are unfounded when these same considerations were described in the narrative explaining the reason for the design standards in this area. With this being said, Mr. Mayor, I would like to know if you still believe our property values and our views are, quote, beyond the purview of this council. In a recent article entitled, quote, How Does Construction Affect Wildlife from Building and Construction magazine, the reader is educated as to the severe disturbances construction can have on wildlife. Quote, the loud and persistent noise from construction machinery, equipment, and activities can disrupt the natural behavior and communication patterns of animals. This disturbance can lead to stress, altered feeding patterns, reduced reproductive success, and even abandonment of habitats. So what are the key takeaways from this article? Construction activities have a significant negative impact on wildlife, including air and water pollution, migration interruption, and threats to many species. Mitigation measures such as environmental impact assessments, habitat prevention, noise reduction, collaboration with conservation agencies are crucial. Additionally, establishing buffer zones around sensitive habitats can help minimize the direct impact of construction noise on wildlife. So in conclusion, let's talk about something, or in this case, someone, who can unite us. Hometown hero Joe Mauer. He's a 6-time All-Star, 3 American League batting champ, 2009 American League Most Valuable Player, and now soon to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I went to Cretin-Derham Hall with Joe. He's a great guy, great family, incredible leader. In 2001, he noticed a student who was eating lunch by himself, Mike, a junior who was a transfer student and struggling to make friends. He was also visually impaired. Mike and Joe had class before lunch, so Joe thought he would walk with him to the cafeteria and invite him to eat lunch at his table, the cool table. Well, that tradition lasted the entire year, and Mike was soon making many friends and feeling very included in the social dynamics at his new school. This friendship changed many lives, including mine, as I watched Joe walk Mike to class, both with wide smiles, chatting about sports stats. I'm convinced that incredible level of integrity and leadership is one of the reasons he's headed to the Hall of Fame. Council members, please do not vote for this development proposal. An expert on your own council summarized in the December 4th council meeting, the site is too small to comply with I-394 overlay district landscaping ordinances and to house this parking ramp. Mr. Mayor, city council members, and city leaders, please don't let this tale end with the failure of local government and the failure of corporate responsibility. Let's ask ourselves an important question: what would Joe Mauer do? Thank you all for your time, integrity, and leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Yudchitz. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Is there anyone? So I'll tell you what, we're running a little late here, so I'm going to ask people, if you want to speak, line up so that we keep things moving, so we don't have people looking across the room and say, are you going to speak? Are you going to speak? Line up, and then when we don't have everybody in line, we know we're done. So we want to try and move things along. So please line up please say your name and address, and we'll listen to what you have to say. But if there's nobody behind you, we'll end the public part of this. So thank you.
Sounds good. Dan Yudchitz here, 325 Towns Road. Great to see everyone here again and some new faces. There's a lot of great content in the packet, including Brad Sheppy's letter, which I hope everyone has had a good chance to read and review. We've had a pretty exhaustive conversation today about the history of this project. So I'm not going to go into detail about that, but there are some key aspects of this that I think need to be brought up again for consideration. So the large parking lot that was originally submitted was not allowed because the zoning code only allows for 1 parking space per 200 square feet of building. So let's talk about intent here. This was intended to end the suburban trend of huge parking lots with small buildings. This is something I don't think any of us here want, so good thing. So when Walzer proposed a 4-story parking ramp that was about 181,000 square feet, that was basically, an enclosed building of this size, or if it was enclosed like BMW, it would be too large to conform with the floor area ratio requirements for this site. So we found out at last meeting, it was clarified that parking ramps are not considered in floor area ratio calculations. So if we think about the intent of this code, the intent of that code was not to have large buildings on small sites, on sites that are too small. Again, something that I think we can all relate to. But the fact that a parking ramp, which in fact is not even enclosed, because sometimes I hear this referred to as an enclosed parking ramp. It's not an enclosed parking ramp. BMW is an enclosed parking ramp. This is an open structure. It's not enclosed. So anyway, I think that's a key distinction that I would like to get some clarification on. So in any case, if this was built as a building like BMW, it would exceed the allowable floor area ratio. So you can screen a parking lot with trees and a berm. We all know that can be done. Can you screen a parking lot that's elevated in the sky, that's not a building? It's going to take a heck of a lot more than trees and a little berm. So this is a complicated project. It needs a conditional use permit. It needs variances, which is why we're here today, as was noted earlier. What this means is that you as the council have discretion. You have discretion to say, this is the type of project that we want built in these sorts of situations. A project like this, to be successful, takes a civil, collaborative, inclusive discussion and engagement. I don't know that we've had that. And it's going to take that to come up with a favorable outcome for neighbors, for Walzer, and for wildlife. So again, I just encourage everyone here to ask themselves if an open air 3-story parking ramp that is exposed on many sides, built to the very extents of the allowable buffers, that doesn't allow for screening within those buffers, is that the type of development that we want to encourage here in Minnetonka going forward? I think that's the question here. So thank you all for your time. Appreciate everyone's time and commitment to coming to a right solution to this.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Karen Laurie. I live at Wildwood Condominiums on Parkers Lake Road. In May, I'll have been here 10 years. And since I moved in May, it was not until November, when the trees shed their leaves, that I first saw the BMW dealership in clear sight. And I was a little bit horrified, but I've gotten used to it. Because in the summer, it's pretty much screened by all the trees and stuff. So when I first heard about this, which was done terribly by the planning group, and I didn't hear about it until November, because, and I asked about this, and I was one of the 4 people involved in, and I never can pronounce her name right.
It's okay.
When she had her virtual open house. It took until November because they send out postcards to 400 people. Well, I saw the map for how they sent their 400, and their 400 was all to the north and west, and not to Bellwether Path and Parkers Lake Road and Legacy Oaks Trail, which would have certainly been where I would have sent them, but that's beside the point. But anyway, if this was built today, I could live with it, and that's fine. But what I'm concerned about is the actual construction process. Over 10 years, I have seen the construction of Legacy Oaks and what that construction has done to the wetlands. And I'm really concerned with what's going to happen when they come dig out all of that in the North Berm and start piling the pile driving process, because I lived in New Orleans for 10 years and listened to them driving piles for days on end and putting in infill, because my understanding is that they will actually have to dig out everything in that North Berm, all of that that's in there, and put in all new fill that they bring from somewhere else. And so there will be lots of trucks and lots of dirt and lots of piles, and all of that is going to destroy. We have otters, and we have ducks, and we have geese, and we have sandhill cranes. We have all kinds of great birds who are there almost all year round. And that's going to be terrible for the construction process. Once it's done, we'll live with it, just like I live with BMW. And it will be better than BMW. But the construction process will be terrible. And the damage it will do to that wetlands will, I don't know if it will ever recover. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you. So, seeing no one, I'm going to end the public comment. And
Is it too late?
it is.
Okay. I was just going to take 10 seconds. Is this still
Okay,
too
I'll
late?
allow it, but then you're the last person, because when
Oh,
I
okay.
when I make the rules, I expect them to be followed.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. I didn't stand behind her. Okay, I'm going to read this, so I'm so quick. First of all, I'm Julie Tronis. I'm a resident at Wildwood Condominiums. I'm a realtor and I'm a real estate broker. First of all, I want to say thank you to every single one of you for your service. Really, really grateful for your service. But this is going to greatly adversely affect the view of many of us at Wildwood, Ron Clark Development, and others, which will definitely affect our tax, our assessed value, and then our tax base, and Minnetonka's tax base. So we would just like to say, you know what, we're so grateful for you. We elected you. We'd love it if you would represent us, and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will bring this back to the council. But first, staff, I know you've taken note of some comments and questions. And is there anything that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I got a few notes here, and I'll just go through those that I heard that sounded like it elicited a technical staff response. The first one was about this, I'm going to take this as the stormwater facility for maintenance. Sewer was a word, so we'll call that the stormwater facility. Yes, for sure, we have a maintenance agreement for any stormwater facility that's constructed in the city. It has to have scheduled maintenance. When that scheduled maintenance occurs, the conditions that go with the project throughout the life of that stormwater facility is that we get regular reports on the maintenance schedule and what was done to it. So that's the way we ensure that all of the things that the stormwater system is supposed to be doing in cleaning the water happens over the life of that project. We had a question about parking, and I heard two things in there. One was surface parking, and then the other was the large ramp. The surface parking, that was a variance, and that was with the first formal review. Those were some of the concerns that were raised in order to basically transition into the formal structured plan review. There is not a limit on parking for structured parking, unlike the ratio required to be maintained for surface parking. So again, that's just a preference that an applicant or the council could have about how many parking spaces would be approved. Light pollution came up a couple times here. So the 394 ordinance has specific lighting standards, and it is the only district that has specific lighting standards, and they are I'd call them a little reduced from what you would expect in other commercial districts. So there's standards for height of the light standards, and then these would be poles in the parking lot essentially. The lumens on the ground in the parking lot, and then lumens, more importantly, at property lines, which would be 0. So those are part of the 394 ordinance and would be part of a lighting plan at this point in the project, also with the building permits later on as well. We do monitor lighting. We get a lot of lighting complaints. We follow up on those. So that's always something that's ongoing. Lighting in the ramp, maybe we'll let the applicant kind of talk to the reductions, the turn downs on that item. Let's see, the
I think I had-
enclosed parking was maybe the only other.
Yeah, go
one.
ahead.
Okay.
And then I'll follow up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So there was a question about enclosed, does the ramp qualify for enclosed parking? And the language in the ordinance just states structured parking. It doesn't get to enclosed like a building for human habitation, where you would need to meet energy code, provide an insulated building envelope. That's not the intent of this provision in the ordinance. It's just to have structured parking, not surface parking.
The only other thing I heard, Lauren, that you didn't comment on is there was a question about property value. And so, we do get this question occasionally at public hearings. Just, I know you hear this answer a lot from us. Minnetonka property values typically do not trend downward. In fact, we have the opposite issue that happens even in development areas. So in past history, we haven't had the experience of new development causing a decline in property values around the areas in question. So we use that as a historical reference point. That doesn't mean that's the projection of the future, but I always provide that information to the council as they consider public comment. Thank you, Mayor.
And
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Yep.
Two other items, I'm sorry. Karen Lord had mentioned the mailing area. We had expanded that from earlier mailing, so that was something that we actually improved with the process, thanks to people inquiring. And then lastly, the other thing that Karen mentioned was the construction impact and piling, and we don't know the type of piling. There's essentially two types. There's pneumatic piling, which is pounding of sheets of metal into the ground, and there's also a screw, like a helical pile that you would screw into the ground. The helical, again, not being as noisy, don't know what the plan would be. That would be part of the building permit process and construction management plan detail. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Council, did they miss anything or any questions that anyone has? Then, yes.
Yeah. So
excuse me.
maybe you could, someone could speak to the design standards and views and what's allowed to be considered by when we're making a decision, because we often say that views aren't protected. So just can we get some clarification on that?
Yeah, Mayor and council members, any zoning ordinance in Minnetonka does not have a standard for protecting views. What we do have standards for are those bulk standards, like how tall, how wide, your setbacks from your property lines, and then less objective, more subjective standards with landscaping to buffer views. And so, a lot of the things that happen between residential and commercial properties like this rely on landscaping plans that provide the buffering to just, again, soften views. They don't protect a view. They don't ascribe any particular property one view over another, but they're intended to just, again, kind of buffer and help screen some of those commercial impacts.
And other questions? Councilmember Romali.
As usual. Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions for staff. Can you speak to the question regarding ramps not being up to the edge of the wetland and the comment on that, and you know, is the ramp in compliance with setbacks for wetland and wetland buffer? I was just confused by that comment. So I just wanted to clarify and make sure that I'm understanding that, and the floor area ratio question that was brought up during the public comment section.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Romali, there are a couple of setbacks that apply to the ramp and the parking drive aisles, and those come in the form of both kind of bulk standards for the buildings and also those environmental overlays, the wetland, the floodplain. The only one requiring a variance is, again, the access driveway connecting the ramp and the building. All the other setbacks for the building and any other circulatory areas for the parking ramp are meet city code.
All right.
And I'm sorry, did you have what was your last question on ratio?
Yeah, there was
I'm sorry.
something that was said about the floor area ratio, and I'm sorry, I mean, was that having to do with the surface lot versus the ramp? I was a little not following there, so I wanted to make sure that the residents' question was, answered, and that I also have clarification on that.
Yeah, so the 394 district has standards for like hardcover percent and floor area, which is the percent of building square footage to the buildable area on the site. We only look at buildable area in terms of that habitable, as what I was describing earlier, building space, not parking areas, parking ramps. Even where we have structured parking underneath the building or attached to it, we don't include that in our floor area ratio. So we did not and would not, by definition, use the floor area ratio of the parking ramp in that calculation of meeting the district standard.
All right. Thank you for that. And then lastly, I noticed, I actually probably read the same article that was cited by a resident regarding noise, and then I noticed that you were talking about screw piling methodology, and I understand that the applicant has not specified what kind of piling methodology that they're going to use, and I'm wondering if that can be made a condition of approval or not, or if there's any sound mitigation that can be done, reasonably from the city's point of view.
Mayor and Councilmember Romali, I don't know that I've got a good answer to that because of the uncertainty that we have at this level of our review for what the geotechnical considerations may be for the type of piling that would be required for the structures. So I don't know, and I don't know if I'm even comfortable suggesting that be or not be a condition of approval without some further information that we would ascertain through the building permit process about the soil conditions.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add, Mayor and Councilmember Mealy, that is the call of the building official. So that is under the building code where those decisions are made, and the council is not in a position to override the building official, who is a licensed person that makes the determination on what kind of piers and what kind of inspections, that sort of thing. So it's kind of one step beyond a land use process.
Okay. And one last question then, sorry. And I'll stop saying sorry, because this is important stuff. This is important stuff for all of us here, and I want to respect and honor that. I do want to ask, because noise and impact on wildlife has been cited as a concern here, and so I think keeping in mind that this is one of a number of properties along this strip, and that as we've discussed, BMW went in and had multiple pilings placed. Has there been, and I know there wasn't a pre or post survey or study done, but, you know, is there any indication of adverse effects, you know, long-term adverse effects on wildlife, you know, species within the wetland as a result of previous building in this regard? Because there's been some very similar, not dissimilar buildings that have gone in along this strip, which was, my understanding, designated as such quite a while ago. So obviously there's been other buildings going up along the wetlands or adjacent to the wetlands. What information, anecdotal or otherwise, do we have?
Mayor and Councilmember Romali, I am not aware of any studies or information in this particular area about pre-post development conditions, wildlife surveys. I'm just not knowledgeable about any of that information.
I think what I would add, Mayor and Councilmember Romali, is obviously the public testimony says a lot about how much wildlife is there. I would think that health and that testimony you received talk about just how much there is there, and despite other projects going on, as you said, there's been construction in the area in the past 10 years that could have impacted that. But I would just use that as your anecdotal data, because Lauren's right, we don't have the pre and post survey or technical data to share that. I think you have to make your own decisions about what you heard at the hearing.
Thank you.
Councilmember Calvert.
I have one question. We heard questions and comments from attendees here and also from former Councilmember Sheppy about landscaping and the berm and the amount of space that available for landscaping. And it says here, in the end, the city ordinance that requires the structured parking count ends up failing the landscape ordinance. And so I just want to make sure, because it is my understanding that we are meeting our landscaping ordinance with this, and I want to help our attendee that talked about taking the berm away, filling it, just describe what your understanding is about what's going to happen on that north side.
Yeah. Mayor and council members, the graphic here shows the heavier lines are the areas where the grading will occur. So in this area here, this would be the berm area Councilmember Calvert was speaking of. The area below that down to the floodplain and wetland edge would be left untouched, where the lines are not as dark. So yes, grading in here, yes, replanting per a landscape plan. I guess the comment really goes back to the purpose of the screening, where the structure in the structure scenario for parking, the structure is mitigating the use, which is the storage of vehicles. So the landscaping is additive to the site, and it softens the building. In the surface parking scenario, there is no structure to mitigate the vehicles, so the landscaping plan is the additive, to the screening impact. So again, the ordinance really doesn't set forth the need to have landscaping treated in the same fashion. The ordinance always requires a landscaping plan. This is generally a pretty good place for landscaping to have additional, reductions of impact on those residential properties to the north, but it's not per se required for the building.
Okay, your question answered. Are there any other questions from council for staff? I've got a couple, but I don't want to cut anybody off. Any questions, council members? All right, there are a couple of questions, and these may be, staff may have the answers to these, or it may be the applicant wants to come forward with a response. And so I'll just ask them all together, and we'll try to be as efficient as we can. So one was a comment made by a resident who said that there would be a lot of trucks of new fill having to come into the property. And, I'd just like some clarification whether in the upland area on this property is new fill required, or or don't we know enough because we don't know the true nature of the soils, or do we know that there's going to have to be fill? So that's one question. Another question was that one of the people coming forward to talk about the lighting, and there was a difference perhaps between the record, and because the record was approved by the council, but I want to make sure it's accurate, and nobody caught that. So if there's a difference, I wonder maybe from a city attorney, if the record is not quite as correct as it should be, can we still go back and change that, even though it's been approved by the council? But then also, I'd like to hear from the applicant, what are they willing to do with the lighting? Because it is a very relevant issue for the neighbors. And then, let's see, I know I had another one, but, I did want to comment too. One of the speakers challenged the mayor on the issue of air rights. And I can tell you for certainty that the mayor in a public meeting has never used the term air rights before tonight. Now, there's a former council member who has the same first name I do, and he had written me a memo, or written a memo to the city manager and copied me that used that terminology. But I can promise you that I have not used that terminology. So anything that was said in that regard was incorrect. So I just want to clear the record on that. So I had two questions. There may be a third if I can collect it here, but please respond, or perhaps the applicant can respond to the questions about new fill and also about the plan for lighting. And then here is my third question. It is related. If the applicant could also share what type of parking is intended for this ramp. Because I know that one of the things that auto dealers do is they sell cars, and they have to store cars. And I think most of the storage here is going to be for cars that are owned by the dealership, that would come in during the day, would sit there until they're sold or whatever. It's not going to be like a parking ramp at the airport where cars are coming and going with lights on at all times. So please comment on how the parking ramp would be used and what type of parking will take place there. Those are my three questions.
I'll take them in reverse order if that's all right.
Very good.
The parking, you're exactly correct. The parking ramp is about 2/3 to 3/4 inventory. Think of it as cubes of plywood sitting inside a warehouse. That's what we sell is cars. So they don't come and go there. The cars that come and go would be our employees, because we're going to park them at the top of the ramp, and overflow service vehicles. We have limited parking in the front, but those are the only types. So that may be 100 vehicles a day, not 500 on there. But it's more than 2/3 storage, if you will, in the ramp. With respect to lighting, we will make you happy. Lighting on the top deck can completely go off when the employees have left. I need the light there until my employees get down. Then we'll turn it off. We won't turn it down, we'll turn it off. We will have motion sensors on that light. So if somebody's up to no good and gets up there, it will come up, but it'll come up individually on the poles. But the top deck won't have any glow to see at night on there. I will have 2 small lights over the exits at the stair that are required by code. And the interior of the stairs, which won't shine on the residents, will be lit all night, so there's safety issues. With respect to the lower portions of the ramp, underneath the top deck and underneath the second deck, we will turn that down to no more than 10% a half hour after the business closes. I'll investigate if it's possible to do the same type as the top. If we can, we will, but we'll commit to no more than 10% on the lower level, 0 on the top, and promise you that we'll work with staff. If turning it off in the building gives me a little concern, because you got people stumbling around in the dark. But it will make you happy on the lighting. The LED allows us extreme control that we never used to have. So it goes off right now. With respect to the fill, it's incorrect. We will not be digging out the whole parking ramp and hauling it away and bringing in new. For the most part, we try and balance the site. The type of piles, really, I think your staff correctly noted the building department. I can't specify the type of piles. I need a structural engineer and a geotechnical engineer to work together to develop the loading on those piles. I suspect that screw piles wouldn't work. We had deep borings on the site, and it may be possible to put in stone caissons instead of pilings. That would save us some money, and it's related to lowering the ramp one level. But I can't promise that. I can only tell you we have to follow best engineering practice per the building code. But we will not be generally hauling out fill just to bring in other fill. That would be a no.
Great. Well, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, we've heard anecdotal things from different sources, and they talk about the site being the dumping ground for when 394 was built, and I don't know about the veracity of those comments, but you know, it is helpful to know that you can use the soils that are there and not have to bring other soils in. Councilmember Wilburn, you had a question?
Yeah, can you speak to the parking ramp construction? How closed will it be, and will the roof be solid?
I'm sorry, how?
So the parking, oh, sorry, the parking ramp construction, what is the plans for, like, how enclosed will it be, and what is the roof? Is it going to be a solid roof?
You park on the top deck of the ramp, so there is no roof per se except on the stair towers. That's where we would put the employees, for instance, on the top deck, because they leave at night, and if we do get snow, we can snow plow a little bit there. The building code requires that, first of all, for structured parking, I'm not allowed to heat it by building code. The state statute says you can't heat it. So we don't enclose it. It becomes an ice box if you enclose it. You have to have a certain amount of air for ventilation. So essentially from 4 feet above the deck till 10 feet above the deck, you have these open slots. We're enclosing the north because it will trap all the lights. As you come up the ramp, the headlights will hit a wall. As you turn to go to the east, the headlights will hit a wall. As you come to the west to go down the ramp, the headlights will hit a wall. So we'll be very neighbor-friendly on headlights. The spandrels themselves are 4 feet, which are well above any headlight height. So we will be a good neighbor. Walser is there, and we'll do that. But it will be open like you say. We just finished a ramp like this in Bloomington, a bigger ramp, much bigger than this. I have 1,000 cars in it, and the north wall is also open, but it's glass because we're facing the freeway. But the lighting, we're happy for a condition if you want to say turn off 10% at half hour after closing and top deck completely off. as the employees leave. Normally, our employees would not be around for more than a half hour to 45 minutes after. It'd be unusual for them to be there longer, so.
Thank you. Before you,
Sorry.
Councilmember Wilburn, go ahead and
And hopefully my last
That's
question.
all right.
And this is some, I was wondering if Mr. Kellogg had any opinion on the effect of the construction on the wetlands, trucks coming in, pilings being driven. And I know that the wildlife specifically is not your purview, but if you have any opinions on whether that'll have effects on wildlife.
What I think is that there's all kinds of built-in protections in terms of runoff from the site. There'll be silt fence to protect that. There would be, so during construction, I think there would be protections, and then post-construction, there'll be the buffers and the landscaping plan. I don't know if that is...
Yes, that actually is helpful, but,
Okay.
I mean, Councilmember Romali already sort of asked this, but do you have any opinion or knowledge of like the noise and the effect on wildlife and that's going to happen?
I would expect a temporary effect, yes. But given that the larger habitat is not going to be altered, that after construction and the noise and the activity is done, that things would recover if the habitat was still there. That would be my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Are we, Council, do you have any more questions that you'd like to ask? Otherwise, thank you. I want to go to Ms. Wishnak. Do you have a comment or question?
Just a clarification for your question, Mayor. It was about the record. I would just say, regardless of the record, you just need to add a condition if that's if you're moving that way at some point, if you're concerned about the lighting and you want to document that, it has to be part of the action.
Okay, thank you for that, and we can do that if that is the desire of the council. So, first of all, thank you to the applicant. Thank you for all the residents for coming forward and sharing your thoughts, and I appreciate the respectful conversation on a very challenging project. There's no question about that. So I will bring it back to the council and take council comments in no particular order. Please, it looks like Councilmember Shack wants to speak. No, we're not going to do that. That's not how we operate. Well, we'll get that covered, but we don't take questions from the floor at this juncture. So, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think I really commend everybody in this process for bringing to light what to me now seem to be a list of policy issues that perhaps as a council and as a city we may want to talk about in the future. I mean, there are simple things like now we've got a U.S. Postal Service that's in crisis, and does that change the way that we deal with notifications? I don't know what the answer is. You know, do we want to consider a policy related to when we might request an EAW? Do we want to consider policies as to how property is developed? What kind of pilings can be used? Do we want to consider policies related to, are we closed for development? Because some of these concerns really cross every single development that we have in the city, right? We've got an apartment building going up in very similar conditions about a mile down the road from this potential project, and many of those same concerns relate to that project. And so those are policy issues for us as a council to decide if we want to address. But those aren't policies right now. Those aren't in our ordinance. Our laws aren't written that way. And so it's important to me that we review this project based on how the ordinance and the statutes that are in place, and looking at really in a vacuum, looking at the variances that are requested. I think that this project meets the standards. It improves the conditions, the environmental conditions as it relates to water treatment, to runoff. You know, the parking garage, I think is, of course, that's an issue. You know, I thought, as I was sitting here, I needed context, and we think that from the last meeting, the closest property to the corner of the garage is about 700 feet. If we go outside and stand at the fountain out front, and walk down the sidewalk, 700 feet would get us to Minnetonka Road, which is the road that you turn to get to Williston Fitness Center. So I think it's important when we think about landscaping and we think about, all of these are important factors, but when we think about the impact on the neighbors to the north of the project, we're talking about 2 football fields, including the end zones, away from property to property. So I think that's an important context as well. I think this project meets our standards under our ordinance and under Minnesota statute, and I will be voting in favor of it again tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Shack. Other comments? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I want to thank everybody for being respectful here. I know that there's been a lot of chatter on social media that has been a little less kind and possibly a little less accurate. And we don't have the luxury up here to make up you know, facts or new laws or new ordinances. Like my colleague just said, we have to vote based on the ordinances and regulations that we have. And we are actually legally constrained in the way that we can vote for that reason. And there are legal repercussions, which is whether we vote yes or no. We were instructed at the beginning of this agenda item to tell, to articulate, you know, why we were voting one way or another. And I think, you know, I'm very sensitive to how people feel about their surroundings and, you know, what they want to look at. But the fact remains that if viewshed were a property right, literally nothing would be built. Your homes wouldn't have been built because the person that lived there before wouldn't have wanted to look at your house. And when the house across the street from me was built in the last few years, you know, they took down trees, and there is you know, they did landscaping, but it's not to completely block the view of the home across the street from me, which is what Mr. Gordon was trying to explain. It's to soften the view, but not completely shield your view. And I know from being on the Planning Commission and the City Council that, as Ms. Wisniak just said recently, there has not historically been a downturn in property values based on development like this. And I think we've all seen, you know, what the housing market is, and values are sky high, and it's very hard to buy in our city. So I too believe that, you know, we are improving the stormwater management. I'm a firm believer, based on actual environmental standards, that at this point building up is healthier for the environment than building out, because you preserve permeable surface and green space around the structure versus a surface lot that would have covered every square inch of available land, which would have been less healthy for the environment. I think we're meeting the environmental standards. I think we're meeting our landscape ordinance. I also think that now that they took the ramp down one level, it's literally the same height as a 2-story home. So, you know, several of the homes in my neighborhood are that high. So, you know, somebody could build a house there and it would be just as visible as the parking ramp. And I think the green screen of the ivy is a nice idea, and I just want to encourage the developer to provide as much buffer and screening as they possibly can, because it is changing people's views, and my real concern would have been for the wildlife, but I know that here in this whole area, I see eagles, I see swans, I see sandhill cranes in very developed areas. And does it make my heart sing to build a car dealership? It doesn't make my heart sing, but it does make me feel like a responsible council member to balance the needs of my city and to make sure that we are economically thriving and create jobs and have an economy here, and also try to support our environmental ordinances and try to adjust proposals like this to meet some of the demands, requirements, and desires of our neighborhoods, which Walser has tried to do to a certain extent here. And I think they've really, worked very hard to meet our ordinances and to minimize the visual impact here. So I too will be voting in favor of this proposal tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Anyone? Councilmember, thank you.
Yeah, so I was one of the no votes in December, and the reasons for my no vote were environmental concerns. But to Councilmember Shack's point, these are policy issues that there are not currently policies in place around the issues that I have concerns about. So when we're talking about property owners' rights versus what the city has a right to, what's the word I'm looking for? Control, I guess, on property that is not owned by the city. I sometimes see people say, well, why is the city putting this here? Or why is the city doing? Well, the city isn't putting this there. The city doesn't own the land, so there's only certain things that we control. So when I look at it, I agree with Councilmember Shack. There's a lot of policy issues that we need to consider, but they're not in place now, so we cannot consider them now. So when I look at this, and you look at the entire property, it's the variance is the only thing that we need to make the decision on. And if you have a property owner that has a property, to the south, and then another property, buildable property to the north in the same plot, do they have the right to get access from the north to south? And I think they do. So I think the variance is reasonable. It doesn't actually impact the wetland. It's just, the setbacks are not, or the buffer, or whatever the correct term is not as big as we normally would have it. So, yeah, I also am not thrilled just because of the potential wildlife impacts, but based on what is before the council and what we are allowed to consider, then I would say that it has to be a yes vote.
Other council members like to speak? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You're good.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what my fellow council members are saying. I agree with them, and I think that because of all those reasons, I would have to vote yes for this as well. But the point that I want to make is that none of this stuff, like the policies that you talked about and the environment, and none of this stuff would have come to light had it not been for the neighbors, had it not been for their the organizing that they've done to come and talk to us about it. So I think that they've done a really good job delineating the problems and the gaps that we have in these processes. And it also, I mean, when I saw the sort of all the changes that were made by Walzer, that's a, I mean, I know it doesn't feel like it, but I've been involved in some grassroots movements and some organizing, and what not getting everything doesn't mean it's a loss. That there's a lot of wins in this, I think, and I just wanted to. I mean, I think it's great that the council is here and we can listen and adjust and, you know, talk to the developers, and the city works with all of that. But but again, I would agree with my council members that I would vote in favor of this.
Any other comments, council members? Councilmember Rameli?
I'm making a lot of comments tonight. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you everybody for being here. Echoing, you know, I kind of have the same feelings as and agree with much of what has been said. You know, we have a lot of things that we can take away with policy considerations going forward. I do want to thank Councilmember Foster Bolton, because I totally agree. I think I want to commend the neighbors, the residents who have come forward and brought forward their concerns. Community engagement is really, really important, and I applaud that. I also applaud actually the developer for taking, you know, those considerations and those concerns into account and altering the design. As it's already been said, you know, compromise situation, especially in a situation like this, nobody comes away 100% happy, including the council members who are voting on this. And I have to definitely say that's the case for me. I feel like I've been, you know, this project is in my ward, Ward 3, so I feel like I've been thrown into the deep end a little bit. You know, welcome to City Council. And it's really not been easy, but I've learned a lot about zoning and variances and environmental statutes over the last couple of weeks. I am very committed to environmental protection and climate action, and as a new council member, those of you who followed my campaign at all know that's what I ran on. And so my sympathies immediately went to the residents' concerns, and I've spent a great deal of time and effort considering them and looking into them on this issue. I've done 2 field inspections. I have done my own research. I've asked lots of pointed questions of the staff, of the developer, of residents, and even an independent technical advisor. I've also, you know, done this as a council member because I have now the duty and the responsibility to make decisions based on facts and the various laws and regulations that govern our city, not simply my personal feelings. As somebody who's lived through multiple projects less than 200 feet from my door, including you know, major bridge construction, you know, a 4,500 square foot home, major road construction on a county road that, you know, has been very disruptive. I am very empathetic to, you know, the concerns of residents. But again, I have to look at, you know, the facts, the ordinances, the other things that council members have pointed out, and hence all my questions this evening, because as somebody new, I really wanted to clarify them for myself and also hopefully help other people understand where we're coming from here. And I gotta say, I just want to run real quickly through these things again in summary, and I ask your patience, is that my understanding again is that the ramp does conform to the intended use for this corridor, and that there are other similar businesses along this corridor, including parcels on either side of Walzer's, which are near these same wetlands. The ramp and the project overall will not result in filling of any wetlands. That was key, very important to me, and I'm glad to see that the project does conform to that. The ramp itself, the structure that seems to be at the center of so much controversy, does not require any variances at this point and is better off from an environmental standpoint than the originally proposed surface parking lot for the reasons that Councilmember Calvert elucidated. There's also much less plowing. There will be less salt going into a structure like a parking structure as opposed to a surface parking lot. For those and many other reasons that the Planning Commission and staff elucidated during that initial phase, it is much less of an environmental impact or potential harm than the current structure that is proposed. Now, while I've had several emails from constituents and residents saying it would have been, terrific if storage and employee parking could have been incorporated into the dealership building along Wayzata Boulevard. Unfortunately, as I learned, that would not be possible without infilling wetland areas, which again, the ramp does not. And as Councilmember Wilburn pointed out, we have a situation where we have 2 buildable lots, parcels within one platted lot. And this is a reasonable use to give access via a fairly non-impactful causeway. Again, the request for the wetland and the wetland buffer setback variance apply only to the access road between those 2 areas. No wetland infill or incursion. We're just there to allow for that driveway. There's a relatively small area that would be affected because much of this driveway, there's only a few areas from my reading of the plans that would be within 1 feet. In various other areas, the setback would actually be less so. So it's 140 feet drive, but not all of that is going to be within 1 foot of the wetland setback buffer. So that's something else to keep that I was keeping in mind. And I also think this is a reasonable request given the other parallels that staff pointed out. And also the Legacy Oaks development also received, setbacks for these. And so can we get into, is it wise to get into a situation where we're granting variances for that, but not for this? What does that mean? How is that really wise? Let's see. So another thing that really, accounted for my decision or counted into my decision making was that Walzer's plans included basins which will hold and filter stormwater. Those basins are not in wetland or wetland setback areas or in buffer setback areas. They are on buildable land. So the stormwater management is actually going to be improved, especially for downstream waterways on the sides adjacent to the access drive, and also downstream, including a wetland that is underneath 394 on the other side. So that's going to be actually a potentially fairly positive effect on those wetland waters there. The Migratory Bird Act, which I heard, and then I investigated, it doesn't apply here. That's hunting. The Endangered Species Act does not apply here as far as I know. I checked the trumpeter swan also. I double checked that. Minnesota Zoo, the Plymouth Trumpeter Swan Society does not include those in their endangered species. Again, no wetland infill or impact. The noise issues, I am concerned about that. I hope and implore and encourage the developer to do all that they can to mitigate noise, construction noise. I do take comfort in the fact that BMW and other buildings have gone up without, seemingly long-term effect on the wildlife in the area, given the fact that we do have abundant wildlife there right now. I am impressed that even though the EAW is not mandatory, I learned that there is a staff number of 20 people on staff, including, wetlands and natural environment specialists who are reviewing this, who are, tussling about this on staff. I was also even more assured when I learned that the TEP, which is an intra-agency task or, inspection, went out and did the review and, kind of assured us that there was not going to be impact on the wetlands. From the neighborhood's aesthetic standpoint, the 3-level height does put this ramp well below the height of the neighboring BMW structure, as well as in line or below other neighboring structures along that area. In addition, the ordinances for screening and landscaping requirements are all met. And, again, I just want to commend the engagement on the part of the community that helped improve these elements, and also to Walzer for making the adjustments in the plan in that regard. So, on all of this, it's really difficult to justify a denial on the basis of our existing laws, our statutes, and the ordinances. But at the same time, I do not take lightly the variance requests that Walser has made. While I see them to be reasonable and I do see the impact to be relatively minimal, I want to make sure that the required environmental standards and protections are complied with on an ongoing basis, both during construction and after construction. And I appreciated Walser's verbal offer to formally, to conduct a post-construction wetland impact analysis for the property. I would also strongly consider them to consider submitting compliance reports from their civil engineer during the construction phase on a periodic basis, which I know other projects of this type have done, in order to make sure there is compliance with environmental standards and protections going on. I also would call on city inspectors and staff to make periodic site visits to ensure compliance with the same. And for your information, I will be doing that as well, myself personally. So based on all of those things, and I appreciate your patience as I've kind of walked through this, for you as well as for myself, I really see this as a matter of not being a reasonable cause deny. I really do hope we as a council take a look at these issues going forward. I want to say one thing. I do want to say one thing, however. I do think that everybody involved in this has acted with integrity. You may not agree with our decisions here, but I hope that you will see through this process that we are being very thorough and diligent in trying to take all considerations into account, as well as the ordinances that govern our city, and doing this in an objective manner. So I would ask that people, when making comments on social media and elsewhere, take into consideration the fact that we are your neighbors. We live where we have children. We are doing the best that we can. And I think that everybody here is trying to act with integrity and in the best interests of our city. So thank you, and with that I'll end.
Thank you, Councilmember Romali. Any other comments? Councilmember Coakley? Nope, you're good? All right, I'm going to make a few, but I think it's all been said. So I'm going to just take a little bit of a deviation and just say, one, I want to thank everyone for their involvement and for their comments, because whether you feel like, well, we won or we lost, in reality, I think we all won, because this project changed because of your involvement. And it would have been different had you not been involved. I want to thank Walser, because I think Walser was quite flexible, and they probably could have been more aggressive because the ordinances were on their side, and they probably could have gotten a larger ramp or whatever, but they demonstrated a willingness to compromise in the interest of satisfying some of the concerns that the neighbors have. So I think this was a successful process, even though people are going to walk away and not feel, good. Well, my side didn't win. But I think we all won from the perspective that we had good engagement, we had respectful engagement, and I will tell you something. As I've said publicly, I don't do social media, but I hear about it. And I think one of the things that was tossed my way, well, the mayor supports this and he's not listening, he's not doing all of that stuff. Well, in reality, we are a nation of laws, and I respect the rule of law. And I will tell you that as a council member and as a mayor, I have voted for things that I don't like because they met our ordinances. And that's what we are called to do. I mean, just because I don't like it, because it bothers my friend who happens to live on that wetland or something, that is not a valid reason to vote one way or the other. We are a nation of laws, and we have ordinances, and we have to abide by those ordinances. And those are the standards that applicants use when they come to us with a proposal. We have to respect the law. And so I haven't always voted for the things I liked. I voted for things that meet our standards, and I have no reason to say no, even though I and perhaps a lot of my council members want to. We don't have to like it. We have to follow the law. And that's the standard that I use. And I think it's very important as a council that that's how we make our decisions. It's not that we don't want to represent your concerns. No, what we want to do is we are not committed to representing what you want. We are committed to representing what we think is best for the city and what is consistent with the ordinances of our city. That's what we are elected to do. And so I think it's really important. And if you don't like the way we make those decisions, then vote for somebody else next time. But it's our job to do what we think is best for the city. And I think this council, I'm proud of this council tonight, because I think that's what we did. We didn't vote necessarily what we wanted. We voted with what we knew was consistent with the laws of our community. And I think that's really important. So I appreciate that. So now I need an ordinance. And I'm going to throw out one thing. Do we want to put a condition in the ordinance about the lighting? Because that was a big deal to people, and I think the applicant agrees. I think we do that. But Ms. Wishnak, if you want to help us with the motion that we should put forward.
There were two things that I heard. One was the lighting, and so it was the 10% dimmable on top of the ramp, and then
No.
down to 10%. Excuse me. No.
Below the top level,
Oh,
off at
sorry.
the top of the ramp.
Yes, you're right. Sorry.
Okay.
There's a lot of people involved. So
Okay.
top
dark
after hours.
Yep.
And just for clarity, we don't have the hours of operation.
Right.
So it's whatever the hours of operation are of the dealership.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Right.
Just FYI, the latest I could find online was 8 o'clock. So.
Okay.
The second thing I heard was the post analysis of the wetland. So that is also a consideration that you could add.
Put an ordinance or put on a
And I would add
motion.
within 1 year of final occupancy. That would help the city understand the timing of that. So that would be a recommendation. And then finally, there was some comment about inspections and kind of follow-up and reports and that sort of thing. I just want you to know that all of that building inspection and follow-up on silt control and all of that is online. Anybody can look up any address in the city and check on inspection, so I would recommend that. If you want more detailed inspection notes, we can provide that as well. So that's publicly available.
And to whom do all those inspectors report?
That would be me.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
So you know who to ask.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor. I'll turn it back at that point.
All right, so council, someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion as recommended by staff and with the additions outlined by Ms. Wishnak just a moment ago. I don't think we're asking for any additional inspections or anything we're going to follow, right? So that's my motion.
And with the lighting?
With the lighting and with the the wetland follow-up within a year.
Post analysis.
Ms.
within
Heine,
1 year.
is that clear enough for a motion?
That's clear enough. The staff will revise the resolution, final resolution appropriately.
And then one more question, just given the fun we had some weeks ago. Do we want to do the 4 resolutions that require 4 votes as a separate vote, or can we do them all at once? All at once? I'm getting the word signals all at once. So I'll take a motion on all of the resolutions and the variants, and you've made that, correct? Yes. Is there a second? Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion on all 4 resolutions and the variants, and a second. Councilmember Shack made the motion. Councilmember Calvert seconded. Ms. Please call roll. Ms. Engelmann, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So it's 5 after 10. We're going to take a little break. I need a restroom break and a water break, and we'll be back. It'll be quick. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. Pardon me? No. No, they offered, but we might have people here who want to speak to that. And they sat here all night. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So we need to be respectful.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Because he said, I think we were going to pull it.
No, I don't think so. I'll explain it.
Yeah, I think that's,
Okay.
because especially, I'm not going to be at the next
Right. And
regular meeting.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I don't
No,
wanna be there.
yeah, no, that's important. So, all right, everyone, should we get started here pretty quickly? The next 30 seconds or so? Let's see, we're waiting on Councilmember Rameli. Here we are. All good? Okay, well, I will call this meeting back to order, and I'll make a couple of comments. I mean, it is getting a little late, and I appreciate everyone's indulgence. And the applicant or the proposer, however we're going to say this yet, it's not a project, it's a concept. The developer offered that, well, if we want to put this off to another meeting, we could do that, but we're not going to do it because I want to be respectful of the people who sat around and listened to a bunch of stuff that they did not want to listen to get to this item. So we are going to do it, but we're going to try and move it along as reasonably as we can, so we don't keep too many people up much more past their bedtime than they already are. So I will turn this over to, let's see, this is Mr. Gordon. You've got the staff report. Take that, and we'll move ahead smartly.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. And we're going to review a concept plan for English Rose tonight. This is at 12620 Minnetonka Boulevard, just down the street here. Again, this is just for comments from you. There is no action on this tonight. There are no motions that are made. You're just providing comments on the concept that they've provided. So this is the location map showing the property, subject property. It's just, again, down the street. It's just to the east of Plymouth Road's intersection with Minnetonka Boulevard, west of Big Willow Park. It sits right along the banks of Minnehaha Creek. It's 2.85 acres in size. There's a single-family residence on the property. It's occupied and has been for since about sometime in the 1940s when the home was constructed, and it's a single-family property. As you can see on the map, there are the Burwell Drive residents in that neighborhood just across the creek. To the east and west directly are public property that's city-owned. Big Willow Park, a little further to the east as well. South across the street, single-family neighborhoods. And then the Minnetonka Mills just to the west. So this is our development review process, and we show this slide every time we go through a concept plan review. And the purpose of the concept plan review is really to instill some feedback, comment, early in the process so that applicants, potential applicants, developers understand what the council has in mind, desires, questions, concerns, feedback, all the above for a potential project. And we do this to evaluate policy, look at some of those policy questions, get a little bit into what the project is, but try and stay enough away from it that we're not too far into the weeds. And then give that feedback for a transition into a formal development review process if that applicant should wish to go forward. So in this upper row here, the concept plan review, we're into the last phase of this right now. So we had a concept submitted to the city. The developer hosted a neighborhood meeting December 11th. There were a number of people from the neighborhood that came to that meeting. They spoke about natural resources, questions about the creek, the wetlands. We had comments about the architectural style of the homes, and we had concerns just about some of the details with lighting on the property and lighting up the neighborhood. So those were a part of that first meeting. We've got the applicant engaged with that neighborhood, so that's a positive thing at this point. The first meeting in January, we went to Planning Commission. We had a number of things the Planning Commission raised into parking and lighting, some of the similar things as the neighbors raised. Had some comments about the style of the home. Should they be all the same? Should they be a little bit different? Access to trails through the site, because we have trails through our parks that are adjacent to it. And then things about natural resources and traffic. So a lot of things that were discussed at the Planning Commission. Planning Commission delved a little bit into some questions that were in, statements that were in the planning report about the surrounding property, which is all park, and the guidance of this property as park, and what that really meant. And the answer is, well, that's a plan for the future should the city or some other entity make this a park. That's not been the conversation that's happened between the city and the property owner to date, where there's not been a coming to terms on a sale to the city for park. So again, that's a future question that sits out there, but that doesn't mean that couldn't happen. That doesn't mean that something else can't happen, meaning a change from park to something else. So all those are on the table right now. None of that will be decided tonight, because those are other policy questions in another venue. So we're kind of focused on, what the applicant looks at the site as, which is basically a dementia village for their use. So that's a little bit about where we are. We posed some discussion topics to the Planning Commission about the use of the site, things about the site plan and natural resources, and then design about the building. So those are just some discussion topics for you as you work through the process. I think at this point I'll stop my presentation. I'll turn it back to the mayor, and the council can have a conversation with Joshua Wirt, who is the applicant here, and then we can get into your direction for that.
Great. Well, before we do that, I just want to ask council if they have any questions for staff. Councilmember Wilburn?
Could you just, for me and the handful of people that are still with us, discuss a little more about the park designation versus the how it's currently zoned, and what sort of zoning change might be required should this proposal come forward and we agree to it?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn, should this proposal go forward, we'll be asked to bring conformance from our comp plan and our zoning, into a package where they are what we would call consistent. And so what that means is we'd have to take it out of the park status and put it into some residential designation, low or medium density, probably likely here, and then a zoning that would match the number of buildings and number of units that are there. So it's probably a mid-density zoning of some type. Could be a planned unit development, probably a number of options that are on the table.
Thank you. Other Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I don't know, you might have said this, and for me not to ask, but has the city made an offer to buy that property from?
Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Foster Bolton. Yeah, I think that it's important to be transparent. The city has had a conversation or two over the years in terms of potential sale of that property. So I don't think that's a secret. People do know when the city has inquired. I do really want to keep that very separate from what you're dealing with tonight, because we wanted to allow the person who has the permission to ask for development on this property the right to be heard. So yes, the city has in the past. Again, not something for tonight's discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnack. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we have these standards kind of for rezoning and for variances. We've been talking a lot about that. Is there a standard that we're supposed to follow when we talk about re-guiding something?
That's a staff question.
Mayor, there is. I had it in another slide deck.
Mr. Gordon?
I'm going to pull it up here quick. Yeah, we have basically 3 standards. If I can find the open button.
You can come back.
So in the comprehensive plan, there is a section on the implementation section that has 11 standards for redesignation of property in the comprehensive plan from one land use to another. And so those are the standards by which we evaluate any land use change in the city. And so that would be applied here as well.
Any other questions for staff? Otherwise, I will invite the applicant to come forward and talk about his concept. Can't call it a project, we'll call it a concept.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Joshua Wirt. Getting a little feedback here. Can you still hear me if I stay back here? Okay, my name is Joshua Wirt. I am the owner and operator of a company called English Rose. My goal here today is just to tell you in a very short amount of time, because it's so late, so I'm going to speed this up. Tell me to slow down if you would like me to. I'm going to tell you a little bit about English Rose. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the vision for where English Rose would like to go, which is a pretty, I think, inspired vision. And then at the end, a little bit about this property and see if there's a fit here. So with no further ado, let's see. I'm still hearing an echo. Is it problemsome?
Maybe just turn one of those mics away.
Uh-huh. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so English Rose, we've been around since 1997. Providing care for people that have Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, Parkinson's disease, traumatic brain injury, and other complex medical conditions. It started in a little farmhouse on Blake Road, right on the border of Hopkins and Edina. And it has grown over the years, and we have earned ourselves an amazing reputation nationally, and if you can believe even internationally, for being kind of the gold standard when it comes to caregiving for people that need 24/7 care. I'd like to think it should be a moment of pride for the state of Minnesota that English Rose is here. I don't take any of that credit. I came in some years ago, but I'm honored to be the steward of this respected and venerable organization. Quick well, in the name of time, I'm going to skip some of the details I plan on talking about just to move things along because I'm as tired as you guys. Currently, right now, we operate 6 single-family homes in R1 residential neighborhoods, and that represents about 90% of the business we do. We also take care of people in the comfort of their own home. So in a nutshell, that's English Rose. Just last year, now 2 years ago, in the fall of 2022, we opened up our first ever home in the city of Minnetonka. This is a picture of it. We renovated a 1971 mid-century modern home, and it now operates as an English Rose suite. Love that home, and it's been a great experience for us and for our neighbors. We are beloved by our neighbors. Our goal is to integrate with the neighborhoods in which we are nestled into, and we do a great job of that. And so we are good neighbors, and we strive to be as part of our business model. The homes are beautifully appointed on the inside and beautifully landscaped on the outside. And so these are high quality homes we're talking about when you're talking about English Rose. Not really your common, what a group home. I guess when we move into a neighborhood, people get scared. Like, oh my God, a group home. But when we come in and we're the neighbors that we are, and we take care of our houses the way we do, we overcome those fears very quickly. But people don't come to English Rose because of our beautiful homes. People come because of our amazing care. Residents who live with us, we have a relationship-based model of care as opposed to a task-based model of care. When you're in a big facility, assisted living and memory care, the staff have to get a lot of things done very quickly, and that's mostly what they do. They're not bad people. It's awesome. It's just the operating model of those large facilities. We're a boutique. It's all about our interpersonal relationships between our caregivers and our residents, and they're beautiful. Our residents live as full of a life as possible, as close to the life that they're familiar with, meaning that when they were living independently, whatever they were doing, whatever their wake-up times were, whatever food they were eating, whatever their hobbies were, whatever they went out into the city, they're doing that all the same when they're living at English Rose. That's our business model. It's about as great as it gets for a situation for people that can sometimes be as bad as it gets. And so there's little pictures here. David's a ballroom dancer. He's teaching our staff how to do that. Denny loves to go to football games. He's out at the Lions versus the Vikings game. That's our caregiver who was voting for the Lions. Susan, she was a homemaker. She loves to fold laundry and participate in the kitchen, so she helps us always after dinner. Or some people are just reading books in the corner. It's about as homey as you can imagine, as far from an institutional environment as you can imagine. The magic, the way we were able to do it is by hiring the best caregivers. So I want you to know that when an English Rose suite opens up in a neighborhood, these caregivers are highly vetted individuals. We get about 100 applicants, and we hire 2. And I can promise you, 30 days later, one of them might be gone, because we have very high standards, a ton of training, and a very rigorous environment to make sure that we have the best caregivers in the world. And the other magic, I'm so tired of forgetting my words, the other secret sauce, besides having the best caregivers in the world, is our staffing ratio. In the state of Minnesota, this is from Governor Walz's committee. He has a task force on aging because it's a real issue, as I'm sure everybody knows right now. The population's getting a lot older, and we need to figure out how to care and house for this big bulge. Right now, in the state of Minnesota, in long-term care facilities, the ratio between a caregiver and residents is 1 to 18 on average. At English Rose, it's 1 to 3. And so between hiring the right people and staffing correctly, we're able to provide the magic that is English Rose. And so that's my nutshell. That's section 1 of what English Rose is, the sped up version of it. Sorry for my grammar. I want to tell you about where we want to go, because it's really important, I think, whenever you're on a journey, and this is a journey, as we just saw in the last couple hours, this is a journey with lots of stakeholders, okay, and we're on it together. I think it's really important, in this case especially, that you see where I want to go, where English Rose wants to go, and then we can talk about the specific property and whether it fits and what pieces of it, but I still want to tell you where we want to go. As you probably know, the population is aging. Between 2020 and 2060, we will see a 70% increase in older adults, age 65. By 2060, 1 in 4 US citizens will be over the age of 65. This is creating, in 2019, there's a big headline, biggest medical health epidemic in America, the aging population. Well, after the pandemic, you can imagine that felt kind of the second one or third one, because it's no longer probably the #1 health epidemic we're dealing with, but it's still there. It's a big issue, and it needs to be solved. There's lots of people doing really creative things all around the world. This isn't just an American thing, it's all over the world. Except for English Rose, all the most innovative and creative solutions are being developed outside the United States. And they have become, just recently, they're referred to as dementia villages. And so I just want to tell you what a dementia village is, because that's really what I want to build. A dementia village, this, by the way, is what a dementia village looks like in Norway, okay? Dementia villages are residential neighborhoods. So think English Rose houses, but they're all together in one neighborhood. In a very familiar, as people start to live with memory loss, it's really important that things remain as familiar as possible. They become very disoriented, and the quality of life and their well-being drops when things are not familiar. And so we want familiar living abodes, and that we have at English Rose, but we also want the neighborhood and the grounds to also feel familiar. So it's a residential neighborhood, okay? And a really important component of a dementia village is there's civic and common space in the neighborhood that the residents have full access to, where they can interact with each other and with other caregivers. They can live the life they used to live, where they used to walk around a neighborhood, and the community is invited in to interact. That's a really important component of a dementia village. And then, of course, you have the person-centered care that I talked about before. The first one that was ever built is in the Netherlands. It was built in 2009. I won't try to pronounce it. It's designed after a Dutch village, and here's the common space in the middle. And you can see there's a grocery store in the back where there's real food to be bought with fake money. That's the way it works, okay? Here's one in Australia, a dementia village on the seashore, okay? They have a cafe and a place to get your hair cut. Again, all real, fake money, and this is what it looks like. You know, you get street life in a dementia village that you don't get at English Roads. Yes, we interact with our neighbors, and our neighbors love us. It's not quite the same as having a full grounds in a familiar neighborhood that is all supervised by a dementia village organization. It's important that the architecture reflect what the residents are used to. As you go from assisted living into memory care, and then you're put into a locked ward on floor 6 of a building on a freeway, it's not really the life you're used to, is it anymore? And so in a dementia village, you're building the homes to reflect what is familiar to the residents. So in Australia, these are little seaside bungalows. And here's just a rendering. We can skip that. I'll come to that later. But here's kind of a farmhouse aesthetic of a dementia village with 15 homes. This is a rendering. It's not a real place. But it's interesting that this is what's evolving as the best care for people with dementia. These are other people's dementia villages. I'm going to tell you quickly. I'm almost done. I'm going to tell you quickly about the English Rose Dementia Village. Okay, the vision, the concept. A suburban neighborhood or an up north neighborhood is what I'd like to do in the state of Minnesota. So when you drive by and you look into the neighborhood, it's not going to look like this. I took this from someone else's presentation. It should look like any neighborhood in Minnesota, something you're familiar with. Or even better, more integrated with nature, more green space, with houses that are more log cabining, kind of an up north vibe. That's my vision. I'm describing the castle on the hill. I'm not expecting all this, but I want you to know what I would love to do. Maybe you know a big piece of land you wanna help me find. I want to create. We are not philosophically. We don't believe in some of this fake stores and fake this and fake that. It's kind of popular, and if you go into the lobby of large memory care facilities, they try to snazz it up with amenities that aren't used that much, that are dedicated, you know, and the family members think, oh, this is nice. But once the residents move in, they don't really use them. I don't want to do that. I don't want to create a fake store. I just want a barn. Okay, we're in Minnesota. I want a barn, and I want a barn to be flex space that we as a community can use as we see fit, based on our residents, based on the time of year, based on what we're trying to achieve. And as different therapies and approaches evolve, we can keep flexing this space differently. So I don't know how the space is going to be used. It could be a garden center, you know, it could be a sensory room, it could be, we do chair yoga. What it allows me to do, which I can't do in my single family homes right now, as people have progressed with a dementia disease, their abilities start to change. It'd be nice to be able to get people of the same ability together to do activities and have experiences that are appropriate. When you have just 6 people in a home and the next home's a mile away, I don't get the opportunity, right, to bring the population together in different cohorts. And having a dementia village would allow me to do that, and I would flex this space in and out. I just want to make sure, 3 things I'm gonna say about this picture. One, it's about the right size. Okay, I just took this off the internet. I looked up like barn. It's about the right size. We're not talking about a big barn. I mean, that's just a single garage door with just 6 feet on each side. It's a small room that holds 10 or 15 people. It's not a big barn. 2, no animals. I'm not raising animals here. There are places in Europe where they have dementia farms, where you have 12 homes in the middle, a huge farm, and they're doing organic farming, and they have lots of animals there. We're not doing that in Minnetonka. That's a different idea. And the last thing is, I think that's it for this. So it's a really important concept, is that we have some kind of common space on the property. Third and foremost, so number 3 and number 4 for the vision came directly from the Planning Commission meeting 2 weeks ago. We started to iterate about ideas about how to engage the community, and I have about 10. And the gentleman who was sitting right here had about 10 more of his own, and I was like, okay, you're hired. I mean, this guy had so many good ideas. None of them were the Memory Cafe, but it got my wheels spinning, and that weekend after, I told Lauren this, I just couldn't stop thinking about what is the right way to engage the community. And it dawned on me, it's a memory cafe, okay? What is a memory cafe? Once or twice a month, we invite members of the public, Minnetonka citizens, by reservation, to come visit and interact and have a really positive experience with individuals who have dementia, their caregivers, their family members, and our dementia experts in a social gathering, and start to destigmatize dementia and all the fear that comes with it. This is a beautiful thing. This is what we need. Right now, I'm in the business. People call English Rose when they're in crisis, okay? Mom fell, dad's walking down the street at midnight. They call us, they're in crisis, they're crying, they need help, they need decisions made quickly, and we get thrown into it. No one does a lot of advanced planning on this because there's so much fear. And suddenly they have to make a decision really quickly. It's like being thrown into a pool of ice, okay? They're freaking out, they're emotional, they're stressed, and decisions have to be made. We need to let people wade into the water. We need to invite people in and get over their fears. And by operating a memory cafe once a week, twice a month, once a month, I don't know, I don't have all the details, but these are best practices. I'm not making this up. This is a great best practice that I can study. I would do it in that flex space and invite it just Minnetonka residents. I think this would be a huge opportunity. This is what struck me. Better than the yogurt shop, better than the pet, what was the other idea? Someone said, hey, how about pet adoption? I mean, we had a lot of ideas going around the room at the Planning Commission. This is the right thing to do. It's a great opportunity, and we already do family consulting. And so I think this would be an amazing thing to have in the barn. And the last thing, the gentleman that was sitting here, I don't remember everyone's names, I'm just very visual, so I know where they were sitting. He really said, well, how much does this cost? Tell us about, is this really accessible to the community? And I said to him, I used to run a not-for-profit. I'm more interested in civic visioning than in business. The one thing that bums me out about English Rose is it's really expensive. And so it's like, I think last year our average, I'll just mention, not having anyone have to ask, last year our average revenue per resident is $14,500. It's expensive.
A month.
A month.
Right.
Now, at a place with the different staffing ratios, it's 8, it's 10, it could get up to 12. It's still expensive. I mean, it's just insane.
There is no cheap in this business.
There is no cheap in this business. But we're 50% higher, and so we can't take elderly waiver. I can't run a 1-to-3 ratio and do English Rose if I'm also complying with the state requirements to do elderly waiver. But I told him, it's one of the things that bums me out. I challenged since the day I showed up. I said, well, how can we do this? Do we take one room? Do we create a not-for-profit? Do we try to create a foundation? How do we get this to more people? Do we help other institutions that do those things? Do we consult with them for free to help them train their caregivers? If I was able to create a dementia village, so this is the other thing I thought about based on the Planning Commission meeting. If I was able to create a dementia village with enough rooms, I could fund our own affordable housing program. And we're talking Castle on the Hill here, right? So we're just dreaming right now. But that is what, this would be my dream come true. This is my life's work and my legacy is we would create a dementia village, we would do memory cafes, and one room in every house would be funded by English Rose as either no cost or I would have to learn. I met a little bit with the affordable housing people at Minnetonka. I got a lot to learn in that area, but we could economically pull it off. And so that's it. I just wanted to show you where I wanted to go, okay? Now let's talk about this little piece of property on Minnetonka Boulevard. And this is the shortest part of the presentation. You know where it is? Just down from the Dairy Queen. It's owned by Roger Anderson. He's been there. I said, Roger, I knocked on his door and asked him, hey, what are you going to do with this property? Because I have this vision, right? He became my friend. I put it under contract. I'm super excited. I said, Roger, when did you move here? When did I move here? I was born here, 1940. I mean, this has been in his family. They were mink trappers back in the day. He's had it ever since. The property, the vision right now, because this is all I can fit on it, based on wetlands, based on floodplain, based on other natural resources, and this is Minnetonka. I live here, I was born here, I work here, I've been here my whole life. I love Minnetonka for the way it is. So we're not going to encroach on any of those, but we're not going to get nearly as many homes as I hoped on here. Is 4 homes a dementia village? I don't know, but it's a start. I could fit 4 homes on here. I think this is conceptual. There's wetland, not wetland, there's a floodplain mitigation program that is allowed that I would have to work with. No wetland, don't worry about that. And if I learned anything today, no variances. It's probably gonna, I have a loop drawn here. It's probably gonna be 1 entrance in with a cul-de-sac to let a fire truck turn around. So it's not gonna be like that. Probably 4 homes, and there's trails. They're not trails that are maintained by the city of Minnetonka to the left and to the right, to the east and the west. They're just, it's parkland, and these are informal trails. I'm a jogger, not a good one, but I do jog, and I jog in those trails. So we would design our trails to keep it all totally connected. Right now, no one's on Rogers property, but we would integrate with that. What else can I tell you? Not a lot more. The houses will be beautiful, but that's the English Roads way. We don't do it because it's the most important thing. We do it because it reflects the quality of the care on the inside. We'll make them absolutely beautiful, as you heard in discussions with the Planning Commission and the neighbors, in very good discussions with the neighbors, multiple meeting on their property and talking about what they want. Again, our goal is to be connected to our neighbors, not to fight them. Whatever they want. And so, like, I once had an idea, like, hey, let's make all the homes the same. That'll be really pretty. And then one of the neighbors said, yeah, in a cult way. I mean, that's not cool, dude. They're like, yeah, you're right. And so that would not look, from Minnetonka Boulevard as you're driving by, that would not look like a normal Minnesota neighborhood. You're right, so that's out. Every house, maybe a different architect, maybe not. Every house different, because that's what Minnesota neighborhoods look like. Are they going to be Nantucket style? This is just illustrative. I'm more of a mid-century modern person, so I would love to do 4 really cool mid-century modern homes. It's not going to be easy. Staff told me that from day one. This is not easy. There's a lot going on. There's wetlands. There's a floodplain. There's a Minnehaha watershed district. I think there's another district that I can't remember the name of. And there's lots of mature trees. Those are all the natural resources that I'll have to work with. Then you have the built environment. I got to provide adequate parking. Think about the traffic. How about Amazon deliveries? Nursing. Well, I run these houses already, so to me, I know the counts already, but where are they all going to go if the houses are next to each other? And then how much impermeable surfaces are you going to need? And the homes have to be single level. You can't, I learned this since the Planning Commission meeting, I can't put any bedrooms on the 2nd level because of some new building standards. These are built to commercial standards, and you can't do that in these homes. And so they're going to have to be long. I was hoping maybe I could do 2-story homes and get more homes, but I think 4 is the limit. We'll see if I can even get 4 on here. But I'm telling you, I'm committed all the way to work through these complicated issues in partnership with the neighbors, with the city staff, with the Planning Commission, and the City Council, which is really just representing the Minnetonka citizens themselves. And I think that I'm up for the task. I'm interested, I'm excited, and I look forward to it. And hopefully we can find something interesting and successful. Last slide. It's kind of a David Letterman top 10. There's a real community need for housing for seniors. This is a super innovative opportunity. This would be the first one in America. You are dealing with probably the best operator in the country. This isn't a fly-by-night idea. We've been doing this for 27 years. We already run these homes. This isn't really that different. The homes are just next to each other. I'm going to stay connected to the public parks. I think there's a real cool opportunity for community engagement if I can get a barn or some kind of civic space in there. Don't know if there's room. I don't think at 4 houses there's opportunity for affordable housing, but I think it's something, if it were to ever grow, that would definitely be in, then I would have ticked all my boxes. Usually English Rose suites and care homes go into other people's neighborhoods and you have that integration, which is cool. One thing that's nice about this is you don't really have that. You don't really have neighbors that are going to be connected because it's a cul-de-sac all by itself, which I think is kind of cool. And it serves Minnetonka families. People say, why don't you go to Orono? Go out to St. Bonnie and do this. Be a lot cheaper. Well, yeah, it would be a lot cheaper. No one wants their parents out there. No one wants their loved ones out there. Okay, we're busy. We're going to work. We're going to the grocery. We want to be able to visit mom and dad and our loved ones in the normal rhythm of our life. It's got to be, you know, my clients are out here. I want to serve my constituents, my community. And so it's got to be in Minnetonka or St. Louis Park or Hopkins or something like that. It's got to be in a first-string suburb. Plus, I'll never get staff if it's out in St. Bonnie. As picky as we are, we'll never get the right staff. So this is just like it's very hard to find a property like this anywhere in a first or second ring suburb where I could do something like this. And I can't believe I found this one, and of course I don't know if it's going to be possible, but I really think it's ideal. And it will bring lots of good jobs, at least 100 jobs of caregivers, the best caregivers in the world, making $20 to $30 an hour. And that, I think, is the speeded version of my presentation. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do I stay up here? Do I sit
No,
down?
you can sit down. Well, we can ask a few questions first, and then you can get comfortable. And we're not gonna be doing this for an hour.
Okay.
But I think that we will, just take some comments. I mean, I appreciate your passion. I think you've got some great ideas. But I want to just turn it over to council for comments. And Councilmember Wilburn.
So I really appreciate the vision and the idea of a dementia village does appeal to me. I'm not sure that this is the property for it. And I'm not going to repeat all the planning commission things that they raised, but things that they raised were important to me too. But also the fact that it's on Minnetonka Boulevard, and not to cast any aspersions on your staff, but should a confused person wander to Minnetonka Boulevard, that's a lot more dangerous than if you're in a sleepy little neighborhood and wander off. So that's one of my concerns.
Okay.
Councilmember Scheck.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you guys aren't going to believe this, but I had Google Earth pulled up, and this property is 700 feet from my house.
But who's counting?
But no, you can't see it. I think the best use for this parcel is park. I mean, I'll be very transparent.
Yep.
As a neighbor, as knowing the vision for the area. All of that said, your vision and what you're doing is really remarkable, and it's I'm supportive of that. So I do feel conflicted because I can't change my mind that I do think under all of the circumstances with the environmental impacts, I think this completes a puzzle that we've been working on for many years. But I understand that's not what we're here for. So obviously there are environmental concerns. There are safety concerns. I'm not going to get too hung up on that because that's your job. I think my instinct is there's going to be a problem with 2 access points on the county road, potentially. And that's a little bit of a concern for me, particularly given the amount of foot traffic on that stretch of the sidewalk. But I like the idea. I would like it even more as we talk about whenever we're talking about kind of a multifamily concept or a higher density concept, is how do you get the affordable housing? And we've got an affordable housing policy and we've got pretty lofty goals. And I get those, memory care and affordable are in competition with one another. So my job, talking about what our job is to look at the project that's in front of us, and I have an open mind from that perspective. I think it's challenging. I think there's, the trees, the floodplain issues, and then some working with the county, happen to know, working with the county on access points are all challenges. So I wish you a lot of luck here or wherever else, because you're clearly passionate and it's clearly a needed, even for wealthy people, it's a needed product. So
Thank you for those comments.
Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Mr. Anderson, and I actually spoke with him this weekend and walked around his property, and I've also knocked on the door of the home in Minnetonka because there are registered voters in that home, just so you know. And I knocked there, and it is lovely. I mean, truly lovely. The people that work there are lovely and responsible, and definitely very high quality staff. So, and that, you know, it looked just like the picture that you showed. So, you know, the landscaping is beautiful. The condition of the home is beautiful. So I know that what you do is high quality, and, you know, that's something that every American deserves, every human being deserves.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, not everyone can afford it. And Commissioner Powers, we generally channel each other. We might say things a little differently, but I struggle with the same thing that he said, which was a site zoned R1 being developed for private pay, especially at that price point. I also understand there is no such thing as low-cost dementia care. You know, healthcare in general it's broken,
Yeah.
and it's breaking people, and it's bankrupting people, and we're going to have to figure out a way to deal with that, and we're not going to solve that tonight. I agree with Councilmember Shack and most of the people on the Planning Commission, and also just agree with sort of the direction that the city wanted to go, which is to buy up land along Minnehaha Creek, and I think a park would be my preference, barring that. And aside from my struggle with, you know, the whole private pay issue, in terms of the product that you're offering here, so-called product, it's very high quality, and I suspect it would probably be, you know, if Mr. Anderson were not inclined to, you know, sell the property to the city, this seems like something that neighbors might be able to get behind. And there are a few public benefits. And also, I agree with Commissioner Henry that, I don't know, pets and most people, I think, are a good combination. Maybe not pet adoption, but I just think animals bring out the best in people. And I'm a former music teacher. I know that the city has memory cafes through our senior services. And so, you know, it's a great, there are a million things you can do in your barn, including music therapy and blah, blah, blah. So, and that always can evoke memories and kind of bring people back to places that we would all like to dwell in more often. So, you know, if we're going to do something like this, there are those considerations, all of those environmental considerations. There's some beautiful, I mean, it's just beautiful property. And when I was walking there this weekend, there were, I don't know, 5 deer trotting around, and I have neighbors. I know this gentleman lives on Burwell, and I have a lot of friends that live on Burwell. So, you know, barring parkland, this seems compelling. I think the safety issues are something that we would just leave to your professional expertise, and you know, it's not a quiet street, but it's quiet-ish, and it is close to a lot of amenities, including Big Willow Park, which is just beautiful, and Dairy Queen, and People's Organic. So yeah, I'm generally intrigued.
Other comments, Council? Councilmember Romali?
Overstepping already. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciated your presentation, and also, you know, kind of showing us what dementia care is looking like in other countries. As in our healthcare system, I think there's a lot we can learn from elsewhere. I think most of us know, but for those who may not, something that I learned in the last few months is that 40% of Minnetonka residents are going to be 55 and over by 2028. So this is really talking to a great need. Staff is looking at our, really? Yes, yes. So this is definitely a need that we're facing as a community as well as a country. I agree with other things that have been said by other commissioners. I have concerns about the environmental issues and the flood alteration setbacks. But if this, is not looking like it's going to be a park, I think I'd, in some ways, rather see something like this than a big McMansion or single-family residence go in there, because I think this serves the community. It could also be a first step into a bigger Dementia Village or something that can serve people at different economic levels. I see that that's your vision and that you want to be looking at doing this. As somebody who's worked in the nonprofit world myself, I definitely appreciate that and understand that. So again, I concur with a lot of the other statements that have been made in terms of environmental concerns and the desire for parkland and kind of, Minnetonka's goal in that, which is admirable. But, if we are not going to do that, I am really excited about you exploring this and seeing what evolves from this process.
Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Hi. Yeah, I have a really big issue about affordability.
Yeah.
And it's your vision to make things affordable, but it's not, and this project wouldn't be. And along with all the environmental concerns and the safety concerns, that's a huge issue for me. It's if we're going to rezone and change comprehensive plans, then our goal is affordability. And so that's a concern. And also, you talk about caregivers, friends, family, community members, and staff. That translates to parking.
Right.
And that with those houses in that small amount, then we're going to have to put parking in there too. And then so that's another issue for me.
May not happen, I know.
Yep. Any other comments? Councilmember Coakley, you're ready to go. You want to get out of here, right? Okay. All right. I'm going to make a couple of comments because I will say I love your vision. I think your vision is awesome, but it's not a cheap vision. You said that. I know that. And what you're talking about is where I live every day. I have some council members know this, maybe not all. My twin daughters are severely disabled. They both have Down syndrome. They're nonverbal. They function at a 2 to 3 year level. They don't live with us anymore, but they live in Minnetonka. They live at Saddlewood. I'm their landlord. We have a caregiving company that comes in, and staffing is brutally difficult. Now, admittedly, our staff are making more like $18 to $20 an hour, not $20 to $30 an hour, but staffing is expensive. But I also know that I cared for my aunt and uncle in Alabama. In 2 years, I made 18 trips down to Alabama when they were in their latter years, and they needed full-time care. And I hired full-time care. And down there, you could get full-time care, one person, $18 an hour. If you want to do the arithmetic, $18 an hour times 7 days a week and 24 hours a day, that's $3,024 a week. And then I discovered that they had no money in the bank. So then I was really scrambling. And families face this. And so, $3,024 a week was about as cheap a care as you could find. And I did have to get them into a nursing home. And it was not pretty. My aunt was somebody who insisted the only way she was leaving her house was in a box. And we got her moved out ultimately, but she proved us wrong because she didn't want to live anymore and she decided not to. And that was tough. And, elderly people and people with dementia, they deserve dignity. I have a close friend. He and his wife were close friends of ours, but she developed early onset Alzheimer's. She lived at the Willows in Edina. I think the tariff for him was, for that family, was $12,000 a month, pretty common. And I don't think the people there were making, $20 to $30 an hour either. And so, I love your vision. Now, rezoning in Minnetonka is hard to do and may not even be possible. This is a great piece of property. I think your vision is great. But it's a rich people's vision. But rich people, dementia doesn't care whether you're rich or poor. It attack. It's a great equalizer. It attacks everybody, and there are needs for the product that you are providing, and I think there's significant needs. But it's not going to be for everybody in Minnetonka. There's going to be a lot, but the dementia care is not affordable for. When we talk about affordability, for 90% of families, it's not affordable for the vast majority of our population. I mean, it's an enormous social problem that this council is not going to solve. So, I think your concept is beautiful. I think the houses that you've shown and the house that you have in Minnetonka is beautiful. I think your predecessor came to this council in 2003 or 2004 when I was a rookie. And there was there was a house that was bought, a suburban house that was bought for dementia care in the community. I don't know what ever happened to that, because the house you have now is not the house that was there. But it is interesting, group homes. I mean, my kids basically live in a group home that I happen to own. But it's very interesting. They've got great connection with their neighborhood. Their neighbors love them, but caregiving is, for us, we have an outside agency. It's a mixed bag. I mean, we go there and we have some caregivers that we absolutely love, and we sleep well at night knowing that they're taking care of Jennifer and Amy. And then there are times when we go there and we go, well, this isn't our favorite, but it is what it. We're not making the hiring decision. It's just a huge challenge. So, one, thank you for what you do, because it's important and the need is there. Whether this comes together in this site, I don't know, but we need people who are passionate about people who have dementia, because their needs are great. And I'll tell you one other thing, which is horrible, but my mother lived in an assisted living place, but she had dementia and she was declining and she was wandering at night. And she opened the wrong door and walked outside, and the door locked behind her. There was no alarm. It was 16 degrees. She froze to death. I don't brag about that, but it just shows how critically important caring for people with dementia is. And I salute what you do. I mean, I believe that your staffing ratio makes being on Minnetonka Boulevard fine, because you've got plenty of people there keeping an eye on things. But I've also seen the worst side of it, and it really devastates families when you go through some of the experiences that we've been through. And so I appreciate what you're doing.
Thanks.
But it's hard work.
Yep.
It's not for the faint of heart. So I wish you well, but I can't say, gee, I don't want this to be a park either. I mean, rezoning is going to be tough in Minnetonka, but thank you for what you do.
Thanks so much for all the comments and feedback.
All right, anything else? I don't want to. Okay. All right, well then we get to move on. We have appointments and reappointments, and we have the boards and commissions appointments and reappointments. I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Council. As the Mayor mentioned, this agenda item really relates to the appointments and reappointments of our board and commission members. I'll be very brief, and that is, in the staff report, there are really two sections for your consideration. The first is taking a look at the current terms that will expire for some of the existing members on our Park Board, Economic Development Advisory Commission, Planning Commission, Senior Advisory Board, and Sustainability Commission. Every member that's currently on any of those boards or commissions have the opportunity to express interest in continuing to serve another term. So we do, as staff, reach out to those current members whose terms are expiring. We ask them if they're willing to serve again. That's what's noted on the bottom of page 1, and then going into page 2 of the staff report. I won't read off all the names, but all those members have expressed interest. So we have their name listed, the board that they serve, the term for their renewal, and then when that would be effective and then ending or expiring. So those are noted. So council will be looking for one motion to approve those reappointments. And then second, as recall, and just really more history for those that may be watching this, that during November and December, we had recruitment for our newly formed DEI Commission, and so we had recent interviews for our DEI Commission, and then any openings that we had on any other of the other boards and commissions, where we had members whose terms were expiring, or they had, in essence, what we call termed out, meaning we have a maximum amount of years that someone can serve on any of our boards and commissions. So with those openings, council went through your recruitment process. Again, you had interviewed candidates, and then that information is provided to the mayor, and then the mayor, by our code, makes that appointment, but that does have to be affirmed by the city council. And so on page 3 of the staff report are the appointments that are being recommended by the mayor, and those are listed there. I would just note that with the DEI commission, because there's a newly formed commission, there are staggered terms. And so staff, really what we try to do is be fair in terms of recommendation, and so we randomly just drew names out of a hat, and so those are where the terms landed, just by random draw. You might argue that someone that got the 1-year term or 2-year term is in a better position because they can renew versus the standard 3-year term and a subsequent 3-year term. And so there's advantage, I guess, to having one of the 1 or 2-year terms, because we've had that question that's come up in terms of how that plays out. So with that, Mayor and Council, I just turn it back over to you. So you do have that resolution in front of you. There is one motion that's being recommended, which approves the appointments and reappointments to the Minnetonka boards and commissions, and that staff would stand for any questions on any of the recruitment process or any of the names that are noted here.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Funk. Council, any questions? Councilmember Wilburn, did you have a question?
No, I have a motion.
Okay. Well, then let's do it. All right. Well, does any other comments? Otherwise, Councilmember Wilburn.
Go ahead. I move approval of the appointments and reappointments to the Minnetonka boards and commissions as listed in our packet.
Thank you for your motion, Councilmember Calvert.
I second, and I just want to recognize one of our new commissioners, Dana Minion, who has loyally stayed in the audience till 10 after 11.
Very good. Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Wilburn, a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 15B is council and staff annual appointments. And Mr. Funk, I turn that back to you as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So in your packet is a summary of, I call it a summary, but it's really a chart or a graph, not graph, a chart that's listed there that summarizes the 2024 council representative and staff appointments for this coming year. This was discussed at our study session recently on January 22nd, and based on the discussion that was that evening, staff is presenting the list that was discussed. So I stand for any questions you have on it, Council. We simply just need a motion to approve these appointments for 2024.
Councilmember Wilburn?
Sorry, I move that we recognize the council representatives to the listed organizations, serve on these organizations as representatives of the city for the purposes of the City Council Code of Ethics.
Thank you. And a second, Councilmember Shack.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Wilburn, a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. England, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So according to, Councilmember.
I'm sorry, not to belabor it.
Mr.
I
Funk, yes.
just want to make one quick comment. So all the appointments noted here, staff will make sure that all the council is then registered and signed up to the various organizations that are noted. So we will take care of that legwork on our end.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And, by charter, we are required to do roll calls for all votes. The one exception is our motion to adjourn. We can do that. So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
And is there a
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Wilburn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.